Welcome to the 35th Annual Georgian Studies Day. I sometimes can't believe it's gone on for this long, but it has. And we are in sort of new circumstances because we've got online as well as in person. I don't want us to delay any further. We're very, very pleased that our Georgian Studies Day is being opened through video by the President of Georgia and Salome Zurabishvili. And I just want to say I was given an award in last October from the President for the work that has happened with 35 years of Georgian Studies Days. But it really is one that needs to be shared with all of you who've been coming, and of course to Peter Lydiard and Nino Borakishvili who've worked so hard. So anyway, let's listen to the President now.
I would like to greet all the distinguished participants to this 35th annual Georgian Studies Day. To greet the ambassadors of the Silk Road countries that are here represented, the Georgian Minister of Education, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all the distinguished guests. I want to greet in particular Professor Tamar Dragadze, who is the main organizer of this day over the years, over 35 years, and I'm very glad that we could last year distinguish her with a Medal of Honor of the President for this contribution to the knowledge of Georgia in Great Britain, but not only in Great Britain. I think that today's theme that has been chosen for this 35th annual day is a very actual theme. The Silk Road has regained its importance, maybe in conjunction with the tragic and dramatic Ukrainian war that is going on following the aggression by Russia. The Silk Road that was maybe eclipsed by other transversal transit roads has taken a new life, as well as the Black Sea roads, as we've seen recently when the agreement was concluded among neighboring countries of the Black Sea and the European Union on the cable connection that is to be developed. All this shows us that despite of what are the objectives of Russia towards this region, this Caucasian region, the Silk Road that traverses the region, are very actual, are developing, and the fact that the European Union is much more present today in the Caucasus, and when we are seeing that the monitoring mission that the European Union has in Georgia is now complemented by the monitoring mission that is going to take place between Azerbaijan and Armenia. All of that shows a much more direct presence of the European Union in our region, support to the stability of this region, support to the development of the Silk Road, and that is to say that the future is very promising for the Silk Road and for Georgia, where Silk Road is going through. So I want to thank you for organizing this Georgian Studies Day. Wish you and wish to all participants a very successful Studies Day. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask Professor Peter Bonfield.
So, good morning and a very hearty welcome to the University of Westminster. My name is Peter Bonfield and I'm Vice Chancellor and President of this incredible place. It's great you're all here for the 35th or 36th time. And so we have this huge history of doing this event together to celebrate, investigate, research, exchange, revel in, challenge all things between our countries. And so it's super to have done and remains an area of real interest. We were honoured recently to have Anna come with the ambassador for Georgia. We looked at how we extend our partnership even further with more scholarly endeavour, with student exchange, with academic exchange between our countries. And so we continue to go from strength to strength, and it was super to host you about 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Our university actually has a long history of this type of endeavour. We were established, in fact, in the hall next door on the 6th of August, 1838, where the first Vice-Chancellor here, a chap called Cayley, wanted to inspire the world with technology. But the trouble he had was very few people really knew what technology was then. So he built this hall next door to try and inspire people to take up technology. And that information flowed all around the world, and all sorts of scholarly endeavour and research exchange and cooperation built from there. And today we are incredibly international still. So, for example, we have a very high number of international students. We have about 30% of our students are from one of 165 countries, so a real spread. And our whole ethos is about how we listen to, share different beliefs, different cultures, different ways of seeing the world. And our whole educational endeavour is based really on being open to and celebrating and listening to different perspectives on the world, so that our students, when they leave us, go out actually really ready for the world of work, having challenged theory in their own way, but also as really powerful global citizens who have a view of the world, which will make the world a better place. So anyway, number 35, let's enjoy. Very, very welcome to Westminster. Thank you very much.
You have no idea how grateful we are to have this home here. Yeah. We started in 1987 and we were roaming from one place to another, and having this stable home means everything. And it's the only reason now that we'll probably be able to continue in the future. So thank you very much. I'd now like to ask Professor Andrew Lynn, who's the head of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences.
I would like to just reiterate the Vice-Chancellor's warm welcome to you all coming here for this exciting day, this annual event, this highlight in the calendar of Georgian studies. I am the head of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at this university, which is a third of the university's academic activity. We're based here in Regent Street and in surrounding buildings, and our college comprises the School of Humanities, which is based in this building, Regent Street, the School of Law, the School of Life Sciences, and the School of Social Sciences. Yesterday, we went away with our college executive group for an away day at the top of the big building in Victoria Street, which is the home to Westminster Council. It's a beautifully clear day with wonderful views across London, and we were working on our college strategy, which is based on the commitment that we study the human condition in its totality, given the range of disciplines that we cover in our college. You are warmly welcome. The college that I lead is where things started. It was collaborations in the life sciences domain that really set off this ongoing relationship with Georgia and those interested and committed to Georgia. When we met Her Excellency the Ambassador a couple of weeks ago, we committed to exploring more research engagement and research opportunities to fill out that existing relationship around education. I do hope you enjoy being in our wonderful 5E hall. I'd just like to point out to you that the murals, which were painted by students in the 1920s, have just been completely restored. They show the history of the arts and crafts of London. So do allow your eyes to drift up and enjoy those wonderful artworks in the course of the day. I'll be talking to you again a bit later as a speaker in my own right, so I won't say any more at this point. You're very welcome.
Thank you very, very much. We now are going to have two videos. One is the British ambassador to Georgia, Mark Clayton, followed by Nunu Miskevich, who is the Deputy Minister of Education of Georgia.
So a very, very warm welcome to everyone from a snowy Tbilisi for the 35th annual Georgian Studies Day. I really wish I could be there with you. One of the side effects of COVID was that, of course, I could take part virtually. It is absolutely wonderful, of course, that the days of doing everything remotely are behind us, but it does mean that I can't take part in quite the same way. I really, really hope that the day goes well and you have a series of interesting and stimulating discussions. I thought I'd give a brief report, really, on the state of UK-Georgian relations as far as I see them from here in Tbilisi, a year on since we last met. I'm really pleased to say that we are in an extremely good place. We have just had the 13th round of the Wardrop Dialogue in London, hosted by Foreign Secretary James Cleverly, with Foreign Minister Ilya Daciashvili taking part. It was a really great event and really brought home how good it is to be able to see everyone back in person again. Ilya Daciashvili brought a really high-powered delegation with him, with a good number of deputy ministers across a range of different areas. We had a really useful stocktake on our bilateral relationship and a detailed discussion on the political situation both in the UK and in Georgia. We ran through the range of support that we're giving on everything from democracy, institution building in Parliament, to work that we're doing with civil society and independent media. And just on that, these things aren't artificial, it's real and it's live. I was in Parliament just this morning launching with the Parliament's Climate and Environment Committee a green paper on Georgia's first climate law. It's a great achievement. It's something that the UK has really good experience of, and it's something that the European Union have identified as one of the things that Georgia needs to do. So as well as being a good stocktake and an opportunity to talk about politics in the round, I experienced it for real this morning. It's a great thing to do. We also talked a lot about our defence and security relationship. Again, there, the ending of COVID has made us able to really step things forward. We had 130 troops visiting Georgia last year to take part in exercises, and across the board, our defence and security relationship goes from strength to strength. Since the last Georgian Studies Day, we've announced a further £5 million of programme support for cybersecurity. I think last but not least, and really this is the spirit of the Georgian Studies Day, the ending of COVID has meant that our people-to-people relationship has gone from strength to strength. I know that Minister for Education, Mikhail, is talking to you later. We've had some great achievements driven by the British Council on Education and the English language strategy. But similarly, in this field of culture, our relationship with your Ministry of Culture goes from strength to strength. That's all underpinned by really lively grassroots contacts. I'd be remiss on a day dedicated to the Silk Road that if I didn't talk about the government's recent initiatives to step up use of Georgia as the middle corridor. Again, we had some good conversations about this when in London. The UK is absolutely looking forward to taking part in investing and shaping the development of Georgia as a key part of that middle corridor and a new step in the new Silk Road linking East and West. So I hope the day goes well. I look forward to hearing reports about all its successes in due course. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, it's really my pleasure and honor to address you at the annual Georgian Studies Day. Georgian Studies Day, which has a long history spanning more than 3 decades, is itself a unique event that provides a wonderful platform to share views and discuss a wide range of cooperation issues. In this light, I'd like to thank the founder of this annual event, Dr. Tamara Dragadze, and the Embassy of Georgia in the UK and the Embassy of the UK in Georgia for this opportunity and active support. Special thanks to the University of Westminster for hosting this event, for this wonderful support to the GSD, and thanks to all participants as you make this event happen. So I personally have been the part of this day for recent years, and every time I attend the GSD meeting, I see that this is a great opportunity to remind ourselves that we need to widen the spheres of cooperation between our countries, as it would be beneficial for both sides. It goes without saying that Georgia and the United Kingdom it has been enjoying fruitful partnership and friendly relations for many years. Let me thank the government of the UK for long-standing and fruitful cooperation with Georgia and the Ministry of Education and Science in particular. In this spirit, I'd like to particularly emphasize the wardrobe dialogue format, which provides an excellent platform to bring forward and discuss existing bilateral cooperation issues with the UK, as well as prospects for future collaboration. I believe that educational and cultural relations are at the core of close and successful cooperation between our countries. Good example of it could be this 35-year-long cooperation between Tbilisi and Bristol, like twin cities, which gave the fruitful results not only on the level of cultural relationship, but in education as well, especially in higher education and science. I'd like to particularly underscore the immense importance of cooperation with the British Council and the excellent opportunity the British government gives to Georgian students through training scholarships. This gives our students an immense opportunity to be educated in the UK, which in turn gives them the chance to be the part of Western culture for a while, has to understand and acquire the Western values. For this reason, our side has put all efforts to enhance the process. International Educational Center, founded by the Ministry of Education and Science of Georgia, funded by government of Georgia, it has been giving the financial support for those who wish to study in the UK. Right now, we have a number of students studying in the UK universities for their master and PhD degrees, and they are fully funded by government of Georgia. This internationalization process and general internationalization of education has always been the priority of our country. And it is one of the main priorities in the new national strategy of education and science 2022-2030. The strategy is based on 3 pillars: equity, quality, and governance. It strives to ensure equal access to inclusive and quality education, as well as to improve opportunities for lifelong learning. Support to the implementation of the new strategy by our long-standing partners is pivotal for us. In 2022, 2021, the British Council in Georgia initiated development of the English teaching strategy, which was approved by the Ministry of Education and Science and formally incorporated in the national strategy in July 2022. Close collaboration between the UK and Georgia and other stakeholders is crucial for the effective implementation of the English teaching strategy. With this respect, the University of Westminster comes into mind again. It started late back in 90s during very difficult years for our country. Left without any source of energy, gas or electricity, without any perspective of development, and suddenly our youngsters were given the big chance to start to run and catch up the world. Science, since then the University of Westminster and UCL have been working together with Georgian academic people with this purpose to develop the academia in Georgia. And not only Georgia, the project, for example, like the immunology, was spread to Armenia and Azerbaijan as well. Special thanks with this respect to Professor Nina Porakishvili and Professor Peter Lidier, and to all our UK colleagues involved in this project from the UK side and the academic staff from our side to make all this happen. I know the University of Westminster continues working with Georgian universities even to present time, and I think it earns special thanks for willingness to share their experience and deepen the collaboration for giving the youngsters of our country the chance to be the part of European education and research areas. So in connection with the topic of this year's event, I think that traditions have always been cherished and have always connected individuals and societies. It is not surprising that the ancient Silk Road has survived the centuries, being a vehicle for the exchange of cultures, ideas, knowledge, and technology, not only goods. Due to the geopolitical location on the crossroads of Asia and Europe, Georgia has a potential to assume the role of a regional hub. Here, I'd like to emphasize that Georgia aspires to become a key destination for outstanding researchers. In this light, the establishment of Kutaisi International University is a major breakthrough in the direction of internationalization of higher education and science. The operation of the Hadron Therapy Center at the university will lay solid foundation to the advanced treatment of oncology diseases and modern research in the fields of medicine and nuclear physics, with collaboration between Georgian and international researchers. I believe that KIU will serve as an excellent platform for cooperation and for planning and implementing joint projects. Georgia has been hosting a large number of international students from various countries. We remain eager to continue this practice and encourage young people from all over the world to pursue their academic studies in Georgia. Currently, we have more than 700 UK citizens, students, and they are involved in this English language educational programs. In this regard, it is essential to cultivate the possibilities of direct cooperation between the higher education institutions for the development of joint research activities, academic programs, students and staff exchange programs. In conclusion, let me wish you a fruitful, productive meeting and interesting discussion. Thank you for your attention.
That was a lovely, unexpected overview of what's going on in Georgian education. Now, I would like to invite Anna Nozadze, who's the counselor of the embassy. It's the first time that the ambassador has not been here at Georgian Studies Day. However, I see in Anna a future ambassador, and so I think we're terribly lucky that we've got her here. She wrote the paper jointly with the ambassador, but I'm sure she put in a lot of herself. And so with no further ado, I don't have to give you the pink clock because I know you're very good at your timing. So,
Thank you.
Anna Nozadze.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm honored and privileged to address you on behalf of Her Excellency, Ambassador of Georgia to the UK, Sofia Katsarava, who regrettably was not able to participate today, but she passes her sincere gratitude to all distinguished speakers and participants of the conference for engagement and contribution. I take this opportunity and I would like to thank, first of all, the President of Georgia, Her Excellency Salome Zurabishvili, for her video address and continued support. The team at the University of Westminster, especially Professor Peter Bonfield and Professor Andrew Lean and Professor Ronald Danruther, sorry for pronouncing this, and for hosting these events, and special thanks for conveners, Dr. Tamara Dragadze, the founder of the Georgian Studies Days, Professor Peter Lydiard, and Nina Porakishvili, our traditional hosts, whose role has been instrumental and inspirational for us all. Let me begin with a few words on Georgia-UK bilateral relations. Less than 2 weeks ago, the 8th round of Wardrobe Strategic Dialogue took place in London, where the British Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, hosted Georgian Foreign Secretary Ilia Daciashvili at Lancaster House. Minister Daciashvili was told that the UK would stand by Georgia for the long term. As part of the dialogue, representatives of both governments discussed a wide range of topics such as defense and security, trade and economy, education and culture. We share a vibrant and fruitful cooperation in all spheres, and we continue to build on these ties and make them stronger. In January 2021, the UK-Georgia Strategic Partnership and Cooperation Agreement came into force. Georgia became the first country to sign a comprehensive agreement of this kind with the United Kingdom that demonstrates continued dialogue and engagement between the partner states. This landmark agreement gives impetus to drive forward and enhance our existing patterns of cooperation in defense and security, conflict resolution, Georgia's Euro-Atlantic integration, free trade, energy, tourism, environment, education, science, and culture. And I can assure you that the Ambassador of Georgia to the UK is working tirelessly towards reinforcing long-standing bonds, enhancing the scope of greater cooperation, and nurturing people-to-people contacts. The theme of today's event is Georgia and the Silk Road. We welcome this timely discussion, which we hope will further generate interest in academic circles to shape a better picture on challenges and opportunities, especially against the backdrop of the war in Ukraine, in the heart of Europe. Government economic policy is oriented on fair, inclusive, and sustainable development. We have already accomplished and continued implementing legislative and institutional reforms in order to ensure and guarantee effective public service, open and fair competition on the market, proper protection of property and intellectual rights, and freedom of access of free judiciary. Reforms has established a liberal, stable, secure, secure and corruption-free business environment, which along with a strategic geographical location turned Georgia into an attractive country for investing. However, our expectation is that integration with the world's liberal markets, free trade regimes with the EU, with the UK, Turkey, just to name a few, will significantly increase countries' attractiveness as a valuable investment destination. Further development of the interconnections, especially in the field of transport, of the strategic importance for Georgia and the region. Georgia as geopolitical and geographical hub that connects Europe and Asia is among the countries of a historical Silk Road route. It has been developing major regional transit route, especially for strengthening and interconnections of our region and beyond. Access to the Black Sea gave an additional advantage of Georgia's role as a regional transit and logistic hub. To strengthen Georgia's energy security, the government continues to upgrading its energy system, adjusting related legal and regulatory framework to a regional energy market and approximation of the EU standards in light of the association agreement and energy community membership. For us, renewable energy has the greatest potential and prospect. Therefore, attracting investment in this area and encouraging this direction is the main priority. This issue is reflected in our strategic document, including the revision of the government for 2030, how to effectively utilize various sources of renewable energy in the country in order to strengthen energy independence, energy security, promote continuous development of the economy. And in the conclusion, I definitely would like to highlight our strong educational ties with the UK. Georgia universities and the universities of Westminster have a long history of successful cooperation, both in education and research. Since 2003, the University of Westminster, the leading universities in Georgia, see a remarkable collaboration between professional networks with potential to further expansion. Dynamic and intense cooperation between our universities, whose distinguished representatives, some are here today and some will join us online from Georgia, is yet another good example of the strong grounds that our country enjoy, which we should cherish and promote for more resilience and sustainable ties. I was a bit nervous because this is the first time when I represent Ambassador in the conference. So thank you very much for all of you, for the hosts, organizers, for guests, and wish you a fruitful and productive cooperation in the future and the very interesting discussion and continuation of the event. Thank you very much.
Isn't it lovely to have a diplomat of the future, I mean, ambassador of the future, and see the new generation of diplomats that are coming out of Georgia who have beautiful English and many other attributes. Now I'm supposed to do the opening remarks. It's the concept of Georgia as a pivotal geopolitical position in the Silk Road began in antiquity, actually, and I find it so curious that it is like a sort of immutable concept, because in the 21st century it's become so important, and even more, of course, since the war in Ukraine began. But what's interesting is that this is a theme that is actually studied in a particular center here at the University of Westminster. And so that, of course, is great. And I thank, obviously, the sponsors, University of Westminster and the British Georgian Society. They gave us a contribution towards the running of this. And of course, the Georgian Embassy, we thank very much. Especially for you coming, and also for the wine at the end. I will ask our speaker to come up, please. Professor Peter Danreuter.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I hope you can all hear me. I'm Roland Danreuter, and I'm Professor of International Relations here at the University of Westminster. Although I've had a long association with Georgia, and I was very happy to be associated with Tbilisi State University for many years, helping them develop their international relations program. I'm actually going to, I feel a little bit guilty, divert attention just for a few minutes to talk about the very extensive investment that Westminster University has had in Central Asia as it's part of the Silk Road. So if you'll forgive me, if we move a little bit eastwards, and just to explain some of the work that we've done in Uzbekistan in particular, since I am director of the Forum for Uzbek and Silk Road Studies. And since it's been fairly recent, our main focus has been on Uzbekistan, but our ambition is to build this into a much broader research area. So I'm also looking at the ways in which we can bring in all our work on South Caucasus as well. I thought I'd start with just a few comments about the Silk Road. I mean, clearly this is a historical concept, and the Central Asia was very much at the center of the Silk Road, which really was sort of early globalization. It was what linked China and Europe, Asia and Europe. And during much of the period, the medieval period, was an amazing center of culture and advancement, education advancement. You think of the wonderful cities of Bukhara and Samarkand, and of the great thinkers like Ibn Sina, Avicenna, or Al-Farabi. This was a great center of intellectual culture, and it was where ideas, religions, cultures were interchanged between East and West. And thinking about what broke these links and connections together, two major developments really led to this. Firstly was the development of maritime routes for most of the trade that takes place, which still remains much cheaper, more efficient than the cross land routes that exist. But also, there's clearly imperial expansion from the north and from the south, whether from Russia in the north or Britain from the south, broke apart those connections. And in fact, if one looks at historically, it was the first annexation of Crimea by Russia in 1783, which really broke apart that sort of Islamic route that existed of the cross-cultural fertilization between Asia and Europe. And Central Asia, a bit like South Caucasus, became part of a periphery of an empire, which is itself was a periphery within the global system. So the big challenge really for the 21st century with the collapse of the Soviet Union has been this recreation as much as possible of those interlinkages and interconnections which previously existed and which linked these different parts of the world together. And while Georgia is clearly looking very much westwards into its connection with Europe, its European vocation, it also has historic links with those to the east as well, and countries like China, which have become increasingly important in the development of the region. And so the notion of the modern Silk Road is clearly that every country, it seems, external power has some Silk Road initiative. The EU has a connectivity with Central Asia, obviously China with the Belt and Road Initiative, but also Japan, India, United States have all developed initiatives to rebuild those connections, those linkages, whether through railways, through roads, through trade, etc., as a very vital part. And some of the evidence, increasingly of shipments from China to Europe going across the railroads is a very important dynamic, I think, for this shifting geoeconomic, but also geopolitical connections. So what does the University of Westminster, what has it done in terms of Central Asia and the Silk Road? This is rather an attractive building. It's in Tashkent, one of the few buildings that survived the earthquake of 1966, was a German gymnasium, and was set up in 2003 as our major international partnership, and it's called the Westminster International University in Tashkent. It was somewhat controversial to develop it in Uzbekistan at that time, Most of the partnerships with UK countries with that region were with Kazakhstan, which is obviously a wealthier country with oil and gas resources. So we were somewhat unusual in the sense of investing in Uzbekistan. But we have, despite all the difficulties, we've celebrated now just last year 20 years of a partnership with this. It is actually a very successful university, one of the largest in Uzbekistan, with over 5,000 students. I was Deputy Vice Chancellor for Education. I have a lot of links and looking at the quality controls, and often they were more fastidious in the ways in which they maintained quality standards than sometimes we were back in London in relation to it. So a great success, I think, of maintaining and developing an English education, English-based education within Uzbekistan. And just to say a little bit about Uzbekistan, it is the largest country in the region with over 30 million population. It has the center of historic Central Asia, incorporating Bukhara, Samarkand, Khiva. Tashkent was also the center of Soviet Central Asia, so it had an administrative center to it in capacity there. However, it is tended to be overlooked because it is relatively poor compared to resource-rich Kazakhstan or Azerbaijan or Turkmenistan. And its GDP per capita is only just over $2,000. Also, it went for a considerable period under the previous president, Islam Karimov, who was very focused upon very protectionist economic self-sufficiency, highly authoritarian regime, and with a regime which is very antithetical to Western values and Western openness. However, what is interesting is that this has shifted quite considerably since 2016, might not be on the radar, but the new president, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, who came into power in 2016, and he's engaged, and the country is engaged in quite significant economic, political, and regional reforms. Whilst previously it had been very protectionist, very inward-looking, there was significant financial currency liberalization, there's been significant trade liberalization, and there's been movement towards economic liberalization to break up the dominant state-owned enterprises and to make them into more competitive local and regional actors. The political reforms have not developed as fast as the economic reforms. Nevertheless, there is significant improvement in the basic personal freedoms of people in Uzbekistan, in media freedoms. There is not as yet a development of a real opposition to the ruling party and ruling regime. But regionally and internationally, quite interesting developments. Previously, Uzbekistan had very poor relations with a number of its neighbors, had significant border disputes with Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, its neighbors. And these have all been resolved significantly. And there is now a meetings of the Central Asian heads, and they are really actually, there's quite a sea change in the recognition of the need for greater regional cooperation, particularly in the context of their particular context, with obviously concerns about Russia, but also being neighbor of China. Uzbekistan has also always maintained an attempt to balance between the powers, to maintain, given its position, good relations with Russia, but also to limit the amount of influence of Russia, to maintain relations with China, but similarly to limit some of the Chinese interventions, but also to have a closer relationship with the European Union and United States, what it calls a multi-vector foreign policy of seeking to, what we sometimes call in international relations, omni-balance, where you're balancing across all the regional powers. And obviously they haven't had quite the existential choices that countries like Ukraine have had, where it's basically between either the European Union or Russia. But nevertheless, quite significant developments there. So in response to this more liberal environment within Uzbekistan, we primarily had focused upon our teaching vocation, educational vocation within the region, but from really the late 2010s, we have increasingly developed a stronger research collaboration between the university, and that has led to the setting up of the Forum for Uzbek and Silk Road Studies. We've had a series of conferences, series of seminars. We've also had research projects, which have brought people from Wyatt, the Westminster International University, Tashkent, working with colleagues at the University of Westminster. And if anyone's looking out for things, we're just launching a blog later this week, which we're looking at language provision within Uzbekistan, and looking at, in particular, the English language provision, but also Russian language provision, Uzbek language provision within the higher education system within the country. So the main aims at the moment, although it's been primarily focused on Uzbekistan, is to have a broader regional dimension. We're keen to bring out the voices from the region on issues that are important to people in the region. And that's one of the objectives of the blog, is to provide younger scholars the opportunity to develop and publicize the research they're doing, and to highlight the issues that face ordinary people in the region. And what are key areas of research? My colleague Andrew Lim will be talking about this. There's been obviously quite a lot about higher education and about the challenges of providing, using English as a medium of education within Uzbekistan, but also within other countries as well. So it's extended, and his work is extended to the South Caucasus as well. So there are links across there. Another area we've been very focused upon is with our computer science colleagues in the two universities, looking at the digitalization of and the so-called digital Silk Road, not just the ways in which the Silk Road is material and infrastructure, but is also related to how we develop better digital connections in industry and public service, healthcare, education, social life, the multiple areas where the digital is making such a transformative difference. We have a strong links and a big, quite successful policy network, which is linked to development, looking at economics and development. One of the strengths that we have at the Westminster International University in Tashkent is a very, very good economics department, doing high-level research, and that is also building links with colleagues here in the UK, but also internationally. And something that I've been very interested in and working upon, the project I've been looking at, is a Central Asian regionalism, a bit like South Caucasus regionalism. It's had more, it's been difficult to develop strong regional connections, but these are developing quite fast and quite significantly. And colleagues have also looked at clearly the other side, one of the most dynamic elements of this, which is China's connection with the region through the Belt and Road Initiative, which also extends to the South Caucasus as well. And so really what I want to end up is, although if you've permitted me to have a little bit of a diversion to Central Asia, we are very keen to try to develop and extend this network to the South Caucasus, and thinking about the ways in which the experiences of Central Asia and South Caucasus exist. Clearly, there is the past where there are connections, there's history, there are connections through energy, transport, and other linkages. So the ways in which we can develop that Eastern dimension, in the sense of Georgian foreign policy and Georgian connections, and to think of areas of research where we can do interesting research in the South, which connects to the Silk Road. And so very, very much hoping to hear from this seminar and today's events how we might develop that further. And we have made a commitment to the Georgian ambassador so that we would really focus our attention to bringing together our research on the South Caucasus within the university and ways in which we can develop that further. So at that point, I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. I mean, that was brilliant. I suppose most of us were sort of replacing the word Uzbek with Georgia. We're going to have a few questions at the end. I'll obviously ask about funding and who funds all this. And we have an MP here who is a good friend of ours. And obviously the funding and what might be possible to get a University of Westminster in Tbilisi. But we'll talk a bit later about that. I would like to ask Professor Andrew Lynn if he could come and do you want to stand there as well? Yes, I'll give you this then.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to my colleague Roland for his very informative presentation, on which I will build a little bit in talking about the experience of English medium education in higher education, primarily in Georgia, but also in the wider Silk Road. Before I joined the University of Westminster in 2016, I had no conception that I would myself be studying this topic in this region. When I was a PhD student a number of decades ago, my PhD supervisor had been engaging with Georgian scholars in the 1980s and 1990s in quite a pioneering way. So I had a kind of conception of Georgia as this very kind of interesting language and this very interesting scholarly environment. So I've been very pleased much more recently to be able to turn my research focus to the South Caucasus. When I joined Westminster, one of the first things I did was to visit our partner university in Tashkent. And I had a conversation there about some of the practical language challenges on campus. It is formally an English medium university, so officially all activity, teaching and other business takes place in the medium of English, but that creates an anxiety about to what extent it's appropriate to use other languages, Uzbek and Russian, and students' own languages on campus. So given my background in language policy making and language planning, I undertook to do a survey of the attitudes and beliefs and experiences of students and colleagues in Tashkent and put forward a proposed language policy for the university. And having done that work, I then was able to explore the experience of English medium universities in other countries and to do some work particularly for the British Council, engaging with ministries, including the Georgian ministry, to try to manage this phenomenon a bit more effectively. So what is English medium education or English medium instruction? The formal definition is the use of the English language to teach academic subjects in countries or jurisdictions where the first language of the majority of the population is not English. So we at the University of Westminster teach in English, but that is a de facto policy. We teach in English because we are an English-speaking country. We're looking at countries which have taken the policy decision to teach in English when that isn't one of the standard languages of the country in question. And English medium teaching has grown dramatically globally. In 2002, there were 725 English taught courses at universities, predominantly in Europe and predominantly in Northern Europe, where the knowledge of English is at a very high level in Scandinavia and the Netherlands and countries like that. 5 years later, there were nearly 2,400 individual courses taught through English globally. By 2014, 8,000. And a couple of years ago, the British Council undertook a survey of English medium courses internationally and found that there were nearly 28,000 courses being taught in English in countries where English is not a national language. It's not an entirely even picture. The majority of these courses are at postgraduate level, so they're master's courses rather than undergraduate courses, and a lot of them are in Europe, but they are growing across the world, including being embraced by China and other countries without a traditional commitment to teaching in English. It's been described by Ernest Macaro, whose book on the subject you can see there, who's the kind of leading researcher into this phenomenon, as an unstoppable train. I watched a wonderful film with Denzel Washington a couple of weeks ago called Unstoppable, which is about a runaway train in the Midwest. Absolutely fantastic movie if you get the chance to watch it. And you can see the damage that an unstoppable train does when it's out of control. And I'm going to be talking mostly about some of the negative aspects of this mushrooming global phenomenon, this unstoppable train. So why are ministries and universities so keen to embrace this? In a study from 2017 of internationalization and the growing demand for English medium courses, Nicola Galloway and her colleagues listed a number of the potential reasons why ministries and universities see this as something they want to embrace. Improving English proficiency, using English as a neutral language, but actually fundamentally the reason why universities in Georgia and elsewhere want to do more and more of this is about money. It's about the opportunity to bring in students from other countries, students who don't know Georgian. The provision of medical education through the medium of English is a particular growth area in the South Caucasus, and it's a chance to bring students in from India in particular, where there are fewer places to study medicine, to be students in Georgia, and also accessing research money. If you have international scholarly collaborations, you're publishing through the medium of English, it means you have more opportunities to access international research funding. So fundamentally, it's quite a cynical thing, I think, on behalf of ministries and universities to go down this route. Before we return to the experience of English medium education in Georgia, I'll just say a few words about which I'm very unqualified to say much, and colleagues here will no doubt know much more about the statistics of education in Georgia. And actually some of this information is a little bit out of date because it was information that I collected when I was doing my study of English medium education in the South Caucasus countries 3 years ago. But my understanding is there are 12 years of general education, so pre-university education in Georgia. There were at that time 2,000 state schools and 230 odd private schools. English is compulsory throughout the educational system from grade 1 to grade 12, and the aim is for students to achieve B1 competence, that is to say, being able to function as an independent user of English. Every year, the international education enterprise Education First produces an English proficiency index. So based on their own English training across the world, they do an international league table of competence in English. And last year, Georgia came out 45th out of 110 countries in terms of English proficiency, and is described as being in the moderate proficiency category between Chile and Albania in the international list. All Central Asian countries and Azerbaijan are determined to be very low English proficiency countries. So you can already get a sense of this ambition to deliver high-level university subjects through the medium of English is going to be challenged in a context where the citizens are at best seen to be of moderate English proficiency, and in some countries having very low English proficiency. The ministry has stated explicitly that quality and affordable education is one of the main priorities of the government of Georgia and is declared to be the cornerstone of the development of the country. And the commitment to education was expressed very directly by Deputy Minister Mickiewicz in her opening words. Higher education, at least a few years ago, comprised 75 higher education institutions, of which 73% are private, but a lot of those, I understand, are teaching-only institutions, so you wouldn't regard them as universities in the rounded, holistic sense that we would recognise here at the University of Westminster, employing 140,000 students and 13,000 staff. In the previous unified strategy for education and science, which has just been replaced, in terms of higher education, the commitment is absolutely crystal clear. The specific goal of higher education is internationalization of higher education and assuring access to quality higher education for the individual and professional development. In the most recent unified strategy from which the Deputy Minister quoted, it is stated that the progress made in the internationalization of higher education is worth noting. I did a quick analysis of the relative frequency of terms in the 2017 to 2021 strategy, and the word international appears 87 times, as opposed to local 19 times and region 12 times, which is interesting because Georgia sees itself as a regional hub in education as in other ways, but it's this international commitment which is absolutely overwhelming. And part of that is the headlong rush to putting on more courses through English so that international students can come in, students can then go out and study at other universities as part of their experience. So with all this commitment to English medium education, the British Council, which oversees English teaching and English medium activities worldwide, has become interested in and concerned by what's going on. You know, it's great to say we're going to put on courses in chemistry and biology and medicine in English, but what's the reality for those students whose English level might not be terribly high? What about those poor teachers who've only ever taught in Georgian or Russian or Turkish, and suddenly they have to deliver their teaching through the medium of English? So to try to get a sense of the reality of it, the British Council put out a call for researchers to explore this phenomenon in the South Caucasus countries in 2019, and I was lucky to be awarded that project. And in the space of just a few days, so it was a very quick in, quick out research project, I visited and spoke to the ministry, colleagues at the ministry, and also those 3 universities that are listed there. And we did an online survey of teachers and administrators and students in 6 universities and got responses from 240 individuals. We also visited Armenia. I visited Armenia, and my collaborator visited Azerbaijan in order to generate a rounded report for the ministries in the 3 countries. Is English medium education internationally felt to be a good thing by its stakeholders? Well, in their study from 2018 of the research literature which explores English medium education, Ernest Maccarone and his colleagues, I'm afraid, sounded rather a depressing note, seeing that a number of deep concerns have been expressed by lecturers and students in virtually all studies consulted. Lecturers deeply concerned about their students' inability to survive, let alone thrive when taught through English. In Korea, lecturers considered that nearly 1/3 of their students were ill-equipped to benefit from an English medium instruction programme, and so on. In a Swedish study, and in Sweden, you've got very high levels of English proficiency, only a minority of teachers considered they had language problems, whereas a sizable proportion of their students were less enthusiastic about their teachers' level of English. And nearly all studies allude to the extra work involved and the generally laborious nature of English medium instruction, something that universities are not very eager to recognize because, of course, it means the provision of more support for teachers, more language support for students, more cost, when the aim of this is to bring in resource rather than spend. What about the Georgian picture? Well, here are a number of sentences from the report that we wrote for the ministry via the British Council, to give you a sense of some of the views being expressed by students and teachers in Georgian universities. Some felt that Georgian students were less well prepared for university study than those coming from overseas. Students in general perceive that the quality in the English medium groups is higher than in the Georgian medium classes, with better teachers and more support. There was a strong view that international students should be taught more Georgian. There are all kind of impacts of this, commitment to English medium learning. All those Indian medical students who come into Tbilisi to study medicine then have to go into hospitals and regional doctors' surgeries and to have conversations with Georgian citizens. And the Georgian students were finding that they had to act as translators, which was frustrating. There was widespread satisfaction with those teachers who were felt to be unhelpful and lacking the content and language skills expected in 21st century higher education. What else did we hear? 17% of students in our survey regard themselves as possessing English competence below the level required to be admitted to university, which is a poor basis for studying through the medium of English. Some teachers told us that Georgian students, quote, do not know basic English, and some of the overseas students, quote, do not speak English. It would be great if the teaching staff could speak more fluently in English, said some students. Students have difficulty understanding the teacher's words, and so on. So the ministry's commitment, for perfectly understandable reasons, to more English medium education, top down, when we look at this bottom up and actually engage with teachers and students, we find all those challenges and concerns and extra work evidenced in other countries in the research literature. Uzbekistan is another country which is enthusiastically espousing English medium teaching. The higher education sector has grown very dramatically over the past few years. In 2020, there were 113 universities in Uzbekistan. 3 years later, there were 199. Most of those were partnerships with international universities, and most of those are teaching through English. The foundation stone for the sector, as my colleague Roland talked about, is our own partner, Westminster International University in Tashkent. And the British Council have been very active in Uzbekistan in exploring and supporting English medium education, much more so, I think, than in Georgia. And these are just a couple of projects and publications that we here at Westminster have been involved in to support that activity. All this work that's being done through the medium of the British Council to help inform ministries and university leaders is potentially not going to be of as much benefit as we would hope. Ernesto Makarov, who's looked at English medium education internationally, has this very kind of depressing prediction that policymakers and particularly university managers are not going to be swayed by socio-linguistic and socio-cultural objections to the implementation of EMI as proclaimed in books on the subject. But we shall see. The British Council has also been looking at other countries in the region, and I led a project via the British Council to do quick snapshots of the experience in Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. And the university we looked at, an English medium university in Almaty in Kazakhstan, Kimep University, was, in our view, one of the best possible environments for English medium education, because of a number of characteristics which kind of really allowed it to thrive in this kind of market, which also suggests that there's a bit of a haves and have-nots in the English medium education landscape. You know, if you've got lots of funding, you've got students with money, you've got students who have the chance to engage internationally, you've got small class sizes, it's much better to provide, much easier to provide a good English medium experience. That's a challenge. Quickly, and coming to the end of my presentation, and I won't say much about our attempts to explore English medium provision in Turkmenistan at the International University for Humanities and Development, because we didn't get very far with that. As people here who've engaged with Turkmenistan will know, it's a very bureaucratic and difficult business to engage with institutions in that country. But bizarrely, they have an English medium university for a country that's very, very inward looking, because it's a symbolic thing. English medium education is less a kind of practical a tool, but more a kind of a symbolization of outward looking approaches. Finally, I will end with a more positive note, and here are some quotations from Georgian students on their experience, which are rather more enthusiastic, and I think point to the fact that providing English medium courses internationally is a complex and multifaceted thing with real challenges, real negatives, but also real points for enthusing those who are taking part. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you very much for listening.
Where is the funding coming from? Because to be able to open a university in Tashkent, where's the funding and why? I mean, one of the things I know about Georgia is because it's partly occupied by Russian forces in the areas of Ossetia and Abkhazia, there is a certain reluctance for sort of very long-term funding, and Uzbekistan, of course, has no such problem at all. But I just wonder how and where the funding would come in order to establish an English-speaking University of Westminster in Georgia. Do you want to answer?
I mean, somewhat unusually, Westminster International University in Tashkent is a public university. So it was actually the government who provided the buildings and the network of it. And then it does charge students, and in a sense, we get a small cut of that charge for it in terms of the work that we do. It's not been it's been one which has been, I think we could say it's not been very profitable, but it's been very important for us in terms of development in the region. So the funding for the research is really from the university itself and from the joint fund that we have between University of Westminster and Wyatt. So from that, we're funding research activities as well. So it's been a very successful model, I think, and it has got that which is important within Uzbekistan, the sort of support of the government as well.
Yes. Oh, well, I think that, of course, puts poor Georgia at a great disadvantage, because their sort of public income anyway is not that much. And therefore, to fund the whole university, I don't think it would be something that, I don't know, here's our diplomat over there. She might be able to tell us during lunchtime. But, and what I was going to, thank you very much for that, but don't leave without having some lunch. We'll stop in a second. I just wanted to say, my daughter-in-law is Danish, and they have exactly the same problem as Georgia, being such a tiny country and so few people actually speaking Danish, that nearly all universities feel they have to have some teaching in English. And when you do a higher degree, a certain amount is always written in English, mostly. And I wonder whether you find that Georgia has this problem as well, more than other countries that, after all, they have a much larger population.
Denmark is very interesting. I started before I came to Westminster and became interested in the Silk Road region, all my research was on Scandinavia and exploring the experience of English medium education in Scandinavia. And there, the scales turned. It was seen as a necessity and an opportunity. These are rich countries, so there's plenty of funding, very high levels of English proficiency, so a good basis for English medium education universities. But then after a while, it became a political issue. The phenomenon of domain loss was raised, the idea that whole domains of language use were being handed over to English. So if all medical training was in English, all publications in medical journals was in English, then Danish or Norwegian or Swedish begins to wither. And so a national policy of so-called parallel language use was set up to try to support more use of the national languages in these domains. So it's interesting, you know, you make a political decision to embrace something and then suddenly you see the underside of it and you have to respond. I mean, one of the interesting things in Georgia, of course, is there is historically another language of science, which is known and used. And one of the recommendations that we made was that although it's politically difficult or politically variable across the three countries of the South Caucasus in terms of the relationship with Russia, the site shouldn't be lost of that, you know, kind of unique selling point for people growing up in that part of the world. Actually knowing English, knowing academic English is like having a passport for most young people. It's not a distinctive skill. It doesn't sort of open up distinctive opportunities. But knowing Russian, knowing high-level professional Russian, I think is kind of more valuable because it is something that is not available to many other young students developing their portfolio of professional skills elsewhere in the world.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
We would like to start again at exactly at 1:30, and we'll try to keep time this afternoon. I'm sorry about some of the technical issues we've had this morning, but I'm sure that we will do better this afternoon, now having learned all of the things that are going on. So thank you, and have a nice lunch.
So we've got our second session, or rather third, and it's going to be about various aspects. At 2:30, we're going to join, we've got one from Japan, and he is in Japan and is going to give his paper. And then we've got Stephen Jones, who is in the United States, and he will be giving his paper. So I want to get started so that we can have a bit of time if there are technical difficulties. Could I call Afghan, please? Thank you so much. It's the first time we've had you come, and we're really very grateful. And you're going to talk about Trans-Caspian energy and the trade corridor. And of course, we're all okay. And also, we're very pleased that you're the first speaker from the Caspian Policy Center. So.
Thank you so much. And Peter, thanks for a kind invitation. And I'm pleased to be here. And thanks to all the organizers. It's really important for me to speak on this panel because I was born in Georgia as well. So coming from, I lived there for 7 years. And so it's kind of personal to me as well. And it's good to be here on the 35th Georgia Studies Day. And I hope it's not going to be the last one and it's not going to be a boring speech from me today. I will focus on the Trans-Caspian and energy trade. We already had people speaking about this issue to a certain extent about the Silk Road. And maybe this is some part of of the Silk Road, but overall something that's emerging across the region, especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we'll see more and more interest in this area. And I would say that it's not only Caspian, but also Black Sea connectivity that connects the whole Central Asia with the Western markets. There are things that are happening, important developments in the region. It's a nice map to have without any borders, but actually geographically good snapshot of the region. I will go into economy first before I go into Middle Corridor and the energy issues in the region. Globally, we see a lot of economic issues across the globe. We talk about recession in the US and other places, but in the region, something interesting is happening compared to 2021. And we see significant economic growth across the board in all 8 countries, both Central Asia and the Caucasus. This is also, most of this data are very preliminary, because it's just we're assessing from different agencies, IMF and different international organizations, as well as the countries itself. And we see that huge increase in GDP growth in all countries. There might be multiple reasons for that. The influx of Russian citizens and a lot of people coming from Russia due to the war. Obviously, favorable oil prices, a lot of major oil and gas producers in the region, and including Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan. And we also see developing trade and logistics. That's also another one. With the supply chain disruption that was going through the northern route through Russia, we see a lot of now suppliers turning down to Caspian and Black Sea for their connectivity. We see that for the first time, Central Asia and the Caucasus combined economy went over $510 billion in 2022. This number is still not fully confirmed, but that's what we are observing. Basically, we'll see more full picture of it in coming months, but that's still initial estimations, and the population of 100 million people in total. So this is a huge market itself as well, and as you see, this is emerging as one of the important economic entities in the region. Individually, actually, the countries are not big economies, but when you combine all this together, that's why which is very important to see this region to be connected with each other and makes a meaningful sense in the global stage. We have seen, I just put the numbers up here. You see how big differences happen in just 1 year. So in case of Georgia, we also see about $7 billion of increase in the GDP. It's again rough estimates. We will have more concrete numbers in coming months, but with maybe few changes, we see that across the board in all countries, we have seen a huge increase in economic growth last year. It's not the case in other places in the world, but for this region, as I mentioned, few factors are playing into this interesting dynamic. In this comparison, as you see, the Kazakhstan is the biggest economy in the region. Its resources and global shares in the oil, especially in the oil markets, and you see Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, and others are growing in that sense. And this is the year-to-year change that you can see from last year. Overall, we have seen about 18% change in the regional economy compared to 2021. This is obviously important given the fact that region primarily trades with the external players rather than within the region. Intra-regional trades about 5 to 10%, which is not a good number, but we hope to see more interlinkages within the region so that we will see more intra-regional trade that will contribute to the economic growth. Even with that, we have seen strong increase, especially in the Caucasus trade within the countries, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan as well, with themselves. In the trade area, we also see growing trade of the region with the international actors. But as we see from the map, EU still is the #1 actually trade partner of the region. But primary trade with the EU is about oil and gas that's coming out of the region. But you see China is number 2 now. It used to be Russia in the past. And China's share in the regional trade is growing significantly. We also see that China has become actually number 1 trade partner for the many of the countries in the region, except the Caucasus. In Central Asia, actually, China is the main trade partner. With the UK, total trade turnover is about 4.5 billion pound, which is about $6 billion. We also see the region as an increasing energy player, because in the past we've been discussing mostly about oil and gas in the region, but now we see that hydrocarbons are also becoming an important, the renewables are becoming an important aspect of the regional energy diversification process. This year, with the COVID restrictions being lifted in China as well in the global economy, we see that about 102 million barrels per day oil consumption, and it's about 2 million barrels per day increase. And with the supply chain disruptions globally, Caspian's role in that supply will be significant, actually, even though it's not the major oil producer, but its share is going to be more and more important given the additional amounts that will be required for the global markets. As I say, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan has vast hydrocarbon resources, whereas Tajikistan, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan hold hydro resources with the capacity to export electricity. There was EU-Azerbaijan memorandum to increase the supplies from the region. Kazakhstan actually used to rely on Russia primarily for its exports to the global markets. With the disruptions in the Black Sea, now it's looking into the more Trans-Caspian routes to export energy to global markets. As you see, BP is also a major player in the region. I'm just noting the main factors in the regional energy. You see this map. We developed at our own institution. Georgia, as you see, as a major energy transit route for the Caspian region and the Black Sea region. In the past, for Kazakhstan, oil used to be, actually still is being exported through Russia, but now you see more and more discussions of getting Kazakh energy resources to the global markets through the Caucasus, including through Georgia. And we also hear a lot more interest from the Kazakhstan in investing in Georgian ports and transit capacity development. At least 4 major pipelines actually go through Georgia in that sense. We are also talking about Turkmenistan potentially becoming a gas supplier for Europe. I'd say it's been 30 years that I've been discussing about it. It has never come to realization. But obviously, for the European energy diversification, the region is very important, and Turkmenistan has a huge capacity in that sense. But recently, we have seen China actually getting more and more involved in Central Asia, and they are increasing their imports of the Turkmenistan gas in coming years. So we used to talk about more Caspian energy towards Europe, but there is also a big energy hungry country, which is the China, who is now taking large chunk of energy resources from the region. On the renewables, actually renewables is a new story for the region. It's an important story. And for many of the countries, it makes sense to produce renewable energy and export gas and oil to global markets. We have seen EU and Kazakhstan agreement for construction of green hydrogen production in the country. We have seen Gulf-based, especially Gulf-based companies, including Masdar and Akfa, investing in the region. And interesting enough, BP is also investing in renewable energy in the region. It used to be a big oil and gas player in the region, but it's also interested in diversifying its portfolio in the region. And obviously, we will see that this trend is going to grow more and more because of the global trend to the energy transition. And the region has its own story to tell about it. Georgia, actually, I want to especially focus back on to Georgia. Georgia is emerging as a regional trade transit energy hub. We already discussed about it, and I think its decisions that he has made in early years of the independence has played a key role in that. And recently, I've seen also government's efforts to develop more rail connectivity, increase the capacity of rail networks is also important. Georgia is also important because Georgia has become a important mediator between Azerbaijan and Armenia for peace process, and its initiative about the peaceful neighborhood is very important. Another key agreement came in last month between the Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and Hungary to provide Black Sea submarine electricity cable to provide energy to Europe. And also it's not only the region is going to be connected to Europe, but it's also the countries itself, they will be becoming connected to each other, given the fluctuations in all energy situation. As I say, there is a six-fold increase in cargo transportation in the region. That's important, and Georgia is an important part of it. And I remember a lot of people dismissing about this a few years ago, given the multimodal and difficulties along the middle corridor, because you have railways, you need to connect the highways, you need to connect the sea routes. It's a very challenging compared to just taking the Russian route, which is the rail straight from east to the west. But now we see that people are reconsidering it, and there is more harmonization and conversations between the countries to develop this connectivity. This is actually the map. I actually like showing the maps and visuals because I think this is more helpful for understanding what's really happening. And I would say that this has been mostly on the maps past few years, and so many experts were dismissing for the problems in the region regarding the corruption issues, regarding the transparency issues, difficulties in the customs. But I think as the need emerges, the countries will have to reevaluate their policies in order to be better connected. And it's just one line of the connectivity. There is also connectivity through Turkmenistan as well. So as you see, for the region is going to become significantly important in that sense. And Georgia is a key part of that connectivity chain. So a few things about this transit corridor that I want to put some numbers. This is also happening because of the supply chain and food shortages caused by conflict in Ukraine. Circumvents Russia and Iran. That's important in that sense. In some estimations, travel time is reduced to about 2 weeks right now, depending on the origination point. Again, cargo volume growth 6 million to 15 million tons, and also in 2022, in some sectors we have seen six-fold increase. Georgia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Turkey actually working very closely to improve the capacity of this corridor. And I'm sure other countries will be joining in that effort as well. And I'd like to finish my presentation here. I hope it wasn't boring. I just wanted to go around the region and produce the snapshot of the main themes in the region. I know it's not easy to cover everything in one presentation, but I tried to be concise on this. If any further questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and you finished on time.
Really?
It's amazing. I compliment you. I mean, it shows so clearly, this paper, that here's tiny Georgia with a tiny population, but when you see it in this context that you've presented so well, Afghan, very clearly, I think it gives us a very good context. Now, I think we're going back to, I could have called it La La Land, but we're going back to the internet. And we have Noshrevan Lomtatidze, who's from the Department of International Economic Relations and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Georgia. Georgia and the Silk Road, probably another view very much following yours. It's wonderful to contrast, actually. So thank you. Anybody want to ask one question while we're waiting? Please do, and I'll hand you the microphone.
This is a question for Efkan. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Dan Haley from Oxford University. I wondered how much discussion of this middle corridor was going on at an 8-country level in your region. So talking about the Central Asian states and the South Caucasus states, do they sit down in a regular forum of one kind or another where they coordinate ideas about the middle corridor? Thank you very much.
You better take the microphone.
I haven't seen 8 countries all together having a conversation about it, but there is more of a coordination between Georgia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Turkey on this sense. And we see Uzbeks are talking about it, and but there isn't any regional coordination, I would say, that is facilitating the process. But I think there should be encouragement in that regard from outside as well. That's one of the topics perhaps they should be focusing on.
So does anybody else have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, hold on.
It's perhaps a little flippant, but there was a television program recently, Michael Portillo, who likes to travel about the world by train, and he was crossing borders on trains that you now no longer can. And I wondered if you could say a little about train and train transport.
So it's, as I say, it's a multimodal transportation that we are talking about in the region, but we still have some closed borders in the region that you may all know about it. But I think it's also an incentive to perhaps open that kind of borders. And obviously train is a significant part of it. There is a Baku-Tbilisi Kars railway, actually, that's connecting Baku to Kars, Turkey, through Georgia. But there are also rail networks that are existing from the Soviet times that's connecting Turkey to Armenia and Armenia to Azerbaijan. And hopefully these peace processes that we are following in the region will lead to that. And that will help to the integration of Armenia as well to the connectivity that we are discussing about here. Thank you so much.
So here we are with Noshrevan Lomtatidze from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Georgia. And I think we'll see him in a minute. Yes?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the Annual Georgian Studies Day. From the outset, I would like to note that it's a great privilege for me and pleasure to address you today. I'm pleased to acknowledge that Annual Georgian Studies Day serves as an important framework for sharing ideas, experience on a wide range of issues of mutual interest, particularly with regard to Silk Road today, which is particularly pertinent nowadays. Most importantly, the current dynamic world economy, given geopolitical challenges unfolding in Europe, what is the European perspective on the new Silk Road and what are the future expectations and forecasts, so to say, implications of these challenges. As you are well aware, Georgians pride themselves on the fact that since origin of the Great Silk Road route during the Han Dynasty in the 2nd century BC, Georgia has been part of this route, and with the basically connecting Orient with the Occident, with the UK being ultimate destination for the Silk Road. In those times, the route became operational due to the increased demand-supply interaction and in response to the need for accumulating wealth and achieving progress. The goal is equally crucial today as it was then. The goal is the full-fledged development of connectivity platforms for the enhancement of the region's natural advantages. As an essential transit corridor for oil and gas supply bound to Europe from Central Asia and Caspian Sea and the Mr. Nirti has discussed these issues extensively. Georgia basically proved its credibility as a reliable partner for many positive regional transportation projects. With the finalization of the Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railway project, which already operation and reduces shipment time more than twice, and also accelerated ongoing civil construction of highway network in Georgia, modernization of railway infrastructure, refurbishment of Black Sea ports. Government of Georgia is keen to attract more cargo through the so-called middle corridor of the Silk Road, which is the Georgia part of. Geopolitical context, in particular international sanctions imposed on Russian Federation, has rather boosted our role as a logistic hub and basically helped us to develop these transport logistic linkages, making middle corridor alternative transport corridor for moving goods through Caucasus and Black Sea regions. In this respect, Georgia, together with regional partners, serves as the fastest, most cost-effective and reliable channel for delivering hydrocarbon resources across the Eurasian continent. This is particularly noteworthy given increasing interest of multinational companies to manage supply chain risks and ensure reshoring manufacturing activities back to Europe. Decision where to locate the reshored European manufacturing activities is a strategic one, and available railroad water transport connections along the road should play an important role in the decision of multinational, including, of course, British companies for establishing warehouses, factories, or processing plants in the region. And also, by the way, using Georgia's free industrial zones as an intermediary link in trade and production between Europe and Asia. Taking this into account, Georgia's exclusive, I would say, business-friendly environment climate will, we believe, Georgia can serve as a best gateway for international companies. Notwithstanding the challenges caused by a pandemic and geopolitical challenges in the region, Georgia achieved a robust economic growth last year. Estimated real GDP growth rate equal 10.1% year-on-year basis, while trade turnover increased by 32%. At the same time, FDI increased by 102%, while share of reinvestments reached 61%. And I should say that growth is projected to remain double digits this year also. We pride ourselves with the fact that Georgia nowadays offers one of the most business-friendly investment environment in the region and beyond. You might be familiar with some of these international indices, which with regard to Georgia, for instance, according to the World Bank's Doing Business, Georgia holds 7th position in ease of doing business out of 190 countries in the world. And Georgia is quite interestingly sandwiched between United States and United Kingdom in this regard. In addition, Georgia is the second best country to launch business in the world after New Zealand. As it's understandable that at this juncture, UK is Georgia's top investor country for years, and we enjoy exemplary partnership with British companies operating in Georgia. But here, allow me to stress the role of United Kingdom as a true friend and ardent supporter of Georgia, Georgia's sovereignty, territorial integrity, as well as UK's contribution to Georgia's development agenda. In this context, more investments are needed to be diverted to the region at large to explore the economic and connectivity potential of the region. In this context, I would like to mention the strategic partnership agreement signed between UK and Georgia in October 2019 in London, which includes, as we all know, preferential free trade regime, and which we believe further enhanced our bilateral cooperation. Indeed, in this sense, Georgia is uniquely positioned to capitalize on increasing trade flows between Europe through Caucasus and thus, I would say, the reinauguration of the Silk Road is fully in line with our government's strategy of strengthening Georgia's transit functions and basically reaping more benefits from processes of increased globalization. The importance of our endeavor with regard to Silk Road also emanates from the landmark moment in the global development agenda, namely implementation of 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, particularly one that implies building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. Taking this into account, at the 69th session of UN General Assembly, Prime Minister of Georgia, Irakli Garibashvili, voiced the initiative of establishment of the Tbilisi Silk Road Forum, a high-level meeting for discussion and share experience of all interested states, international organizations, and Georgia's proposal was to share experience and enhance partnership in 4 main dimensions: transport, energy, trade, people-to-people contacts. And in accordance with this initiative, Georgia hosted Tbilisi Silk Road Forum on 15-16 October 2015, and later on in 2017. And I should say that we had a quite significant deliverables at that time, and it kind of emphasized that, reaffirmed Georgia as one of the important western outposts of the modern Silk Road route. With this positive experience of previous Silk Road forums, government of Georgia is organizing next Silk Road Forum in Tbilisi this year. It will be in November, and we will discuss cooperation, regional cooperation initiatives and business opportunities in the region. And finally, in conclusion, let me share our vision regarding the future of Silk Road. We believe that it's our common interest to strengthen multicultural and multilateral cooperation for the enhancement of connectivity, for the establishment of genuine space with all-inclusive and sustained growth-led dynamics for the region. I truly count that today's discussions will contribute to further enhancing this cooperation and reaching these objectives, and while bringing our fruitful cooperation with regard to the Silk Road forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will have questions later. You might be able to join us. We have that. Thank you. We now go to 2 papers that are, in fact, looking back to history. We now have Hirotake Maeda, who is in Japan, and he's going to talk about a hidden connection between Georgia and Japan and the Silk Road.
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay. Dear friends and colleagues, good evening from Tokyo. Now, Tokyo's time is 11 o'clock in the evening, but anyway, I'm really honored to be here with you. I really thankful to Dr. Tamaru Duragaze for her kind invitation to this very important events. And also, actually, the former the speaker, Noshireban Romutatize, he is a very old friend of mine for nearly 30 years. So just for me personally, it's really I enjoy this meetings, events, and so thank you so much. I also enjoy the first paper of this session. Actually, now Georgia and Japan has a very kind of active cooperation from various levels of economics to the defense issues. So maybe we can discuss, or maybe I think Noshirban can discuss about our current cooperations. But regarding, and I'm historian, so today I prepare my presentation on much more cultural and historical aspects of Georgia-Japan relations, and in much more broader sense of Silk Road connections and connectivity, of course. I think issue of this symposium. So I like to share my PowerPoints now, and can you see the panels now? Okay. Okay, so a hidden connection, Georgia. My title is Georgia-Japan and the Silk Road. So let me start. There are kind of very many kinds of hidden or secret connections between Georgia and Japan. This is a slide of Japanese traditional grape called Koshu. Koshu is a most famous province in Japan's winemaking country. But the species that Koshu is, according to recent studies of DNA, using DNA, this Koshu belongs to Vinifera species that is popular in European, or we can say European type. Actually, in Japan, from Meiji or modern period, not that kind of European, but Vitis Labrusca, that means American type of grapes are much more popular, but the traditional Japanese grape is from European type. It means, and also DNA test, according to DNA testimony, with some blend or some Chinese influence in this Koshu. So it's apparently, we say it's from Caucasus all the way to Japan via Silk Road. We don't know when it came to us, but so the old Chinese Japanese connectivities are visible in these cases. And this is so unwritten period, but also we refer to kind of medieval and to early modern period. Of course, we have no, we don't need to discuss about the Marco Polo, but he was in Tbilisi. He discovered Tbilisi. Also, he was a key figure to spread Japan as a golden island of gold, Jipang. And the Teramo for Castelli, I think it's not so known to our audience, but as a historian of early modern period, he's a very important figure. Interestingly, both two people are from Italy. And the Castelli lived in Georgia more than 20 years, and he left very vivid pictures of the many nobles, many famous figures, and also the daily life of that day's Georgia. But he was a very interesting person, and he left notes or paintings. And his painting books, we can recognize Indians and Chinese peoples, but unfortunately not Japanese. But actually, we know that Castelli first, he wanted to go to Japan from Italy. But then he went to, as he describes, Colchis, so that Western Georgia. So he's a missionary, but his first, so to say, destination was, or he wanted to go to Japan first. So in the early modern period, already kind of globalizing the world, and also that kind of religious connections. And why Castelli wanted to go to Japan? Because in early 17th century was a great martyrdom in Japan. Very famous one is 1622, Genna's martyrdom. And I think from those informations, he first wanted to go to Japan. So actually, many kind of these kind of minor but interesting episodes about Japan and Georgia very far from each other, but we were connected from earlier period. But of course, the next slide is end of 19th century. Already we have direct relations. Zenzo and Hatsu Igarashi, husband and wife, from Aizu province, Aizu region from Fukushima prefecture. They actually spent 3 years in Georgia from 1896 to 98. We know that they had a 3 years contract to work for Dadiani's estate, Chakbi. And I think, so if you are from Georgia, you know, Chakbi is very famous place for tea production in Soviet period. But their mission, so Igarashi's mission was not tea itself, but Reimi. But we know that there are kind of not only Reimi, but also tea, of course, and Mandarin, and also Japanese persimmon, and other, so in total 12 species, they were had a kind of a list. And in the present in the slides, you see right side European guy. It's actually German, and but he had a company in Japan, and kind of he was a excuse me. So many plant hunters were quite active in Japan in the latter half of 19th century, and so that's German, Russian, and Japanese connection, those kind of connections. And I think that kind of botanical connections is also very interesting, not only kind of oils and gases. So, and next episode is, of course, it's very, so, but maybe for English audience, it's not so, could be not so known. Russo-Japanese War, when the Russo-Japanese War started and ended in the Japanese victory, these three, so to say, saints of literature, Georgian literatures, modern literatures, Ilya Chavchavadze, Akaki Tsereteli, and Bajap Shabera, all three left notes on praising Japanese victory or praising Japan itself. Of course, not directly, because it was under Russian Empire. I think many Georgians know the famous Oi Imas Venatsvare by Akaki Tsereteli, that Oi Imas Venatsvare. So my dear General Iwao Oyama was a hero of this war. But I think we have a lot of slides, so I had to. So today's my paper is talk is much kind of a series of episodes, but anyway. And the first Georgian Republic, if we talk about Democratic Republic of Georgia, of course, next speaker is the most famous specialist of this issue. But Japan recognized the independence of Georgia January 1921. It means a month, just a month before the fall of the government. But anyway, the diplomatic connection relation established, and it also, I think, a very important episode of two countries. Actually, I arranged a special exhibition at our university, Tokyo Metropolitan University, in 2018, 100 years anniversary of the First Republic. So now I like to introduce just two short episodes between Georgia and Japan. The very famous painter, after maybe Pirosmani, Rado Gudiashvili, who also know Pirosmani very well. Actually, when he was in Paris, he was a very close friend of Leonardo Tsuguharu Fujita, another very famous Japanese painter. Now we have this painting by Gudiashvili about Tsuguharu Fujita. We have no time to get into this, so but many kinds now direct relations, friendship. Now, just a little bit concrete is Garaction Tabize, the most famous Georgian poet of early 20th century. And he has a short poem, Mutuvaris Naambobidan, what Moon said, or kind of Moon story. And the story, so as written, the plot is very simple. The moon is traveling all over the world, and moon found out Georgia as a very unique and beautiful country. But actually, Garaction Tabize had this kind of literature from Fusao Hayashi, Japanese novelist, famous novelist. And when Fusao Hayashi, when he was young, he was a proletarian novelist. But actually, after during World War II, he became ultra nationalist. So from left to ultra right. But anyway, his early poems were translated to Russian because he was communist. And then Garaction read his poem in Russian, and then Garaction wrote that Mutuvaris Naambobidan. This short episode actually is very interesting because this Fusao Hayashi is not very famous to this day, even in Japan, but he is known as a very famous novelist, Japanese novelist, Yukio Mishima, the one and only kind of father figure. So kind of literary connections. Of course, Garaction and Mishima never recognized each other, but they connected through Fusao Hayashi and yes. And so, in short, my kind of very sorry, lots of list, but no kind of conclusions. But Japan, but I have a notion that Japan, Georgia, and the Silk Road, where we talk about kind of similarities, parallels in the heartland of Eurasia and at the end of Silk Road, watching the dynamics of Eurasian space, both from so to say peripheries. I say kind of geopolitical phenomena situation, we can say kind of open frontier And I have so many episodes can add. For example, this blue horns, Ciscaric anchovy. And in Japan also 1920s, late and was a Taisho area, kind of cross literary movement there. So from European influence, but of one own. Now, I think my time is running, so we have also many, in 20th centuries, already we have many kind of like connections. So Batumi Botanical Garden was started in Dacia. There were Japanese workers. Also Japanese captives were in Kutaisi building factories. Or even in Soviet period, we had a TV program called exactly the Silk Road. And in 1986 was broadcasted Silk and the Cross. It was featured actually Georgia and the Caucasus. Many people influenced from this. And this is the last my slide. So today's my point is much more culture aspect stressing. And now we have a Japanese wine using kubeburi imported from Georgia. So the natural wine, I think natural wine, Georgia natural wine, we are the second largest in the world. So, and also this year we had a theater, very famous female theater Takarazuka, presented Georgian historical drama featuring Queen Rusdan and her husband Dimitri. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry, I think a little bit I talked much, but anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. It reminded me that of, you know, how Rome was not made in one day, and neither was Georgia, and how you have these pieces of mosaic that sort of fit together and make up Georgia as we have it today. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, please, Peter. Here.
The two Japanese, I presume, brothers, or possibly father and son, who were in Georgia in the 1890s, were known for spreading a plant which I didn't recognize by the name of ramier. It didn't look like a tea plant to me. I have seen them on tea plantations, but this was nothing like. Is anyone able to enlighten us?
It was rami. It was a plant to making kind of a sort of shoes or something. It's very strong kind of a plant. That rami. It's not in today's use, but during that period, still was very popular.
What was it actually used for? Did you drink it? What was it? Did you drink it? Did you make tea with it?
No, it's nothing connected with tea. It's the rami is plant and making. So I will. Sorry.
Do you eat it? Do you put it in like a salad? Do you eat the leaves?
No. Much more kind of costume and you know, it's much more for costume and shoes or something like that.
I work
like this. Say.
I work at Kew Garden.
I see.
So I can probably try and
please.
more about it.
The gentleman here is at the Royal Botanical Gardens of Kew in London, and he will find out. Do we have any questions for our minister?
The railway connection between Turkey and Tbilisi was completed in 2017, but they don't appear to be running passenger services. Does anyone know why or when there will be passenger services between Turkey and Tbilisi, Kars and Tbilisi?
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, you are absolutely right. Right now, the Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railway project is not completely, but it does not have the needed equipment which is needed for to ensure that passengers will be transported. So right now it's just for the cargo. It's running, but it's just for the cargo, and the project should be finalized by the end of this year, hopefully, and then it will be possible to transport passengers also.
So it's on its way.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much.
Do we have one more question? Where's Peter Lindsay?
Peter Lindsay's here.
Okay.
Rest assured,
Would you work for British Expertise, which is why I thought you would have a question.
No, it's not a question, but it's a plug just to say that British Expertise will be hosting a number of events about different aspects of Georgia. I think there's one coming up probably about tourism again and financial services and things, but keep an eye on the British Expertise website, please. But no question at this stage. Thank you.
Hello, this is a question from Hirotake Maeda. Hi, Hirotake. We met many years ago in Georgia, in Tbilisi. The question is about Cristoforo de Castelli. I wonder when he traveled to Japan and then to Georgia, as you, if I got it right, what did he bring from Japan to Georgia, if it is known at all?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for your question. Actually, so Castelli never went to Japan. He wanted to go to Japan in Italy, or his original kind of destination first. He wanted to go to Japan, but in Italy, situation changed, and he decided to go to instead Colchis or Georgia. So he never been to Japan, unfortunately. If he would be in Japan, he left many interesting pictures, paintings on Japan, but he never wrote about Japan. So, yeah.
I'll ask one question of the minister. I just wanted to say, when I was studying the region as a whole, I was told that Tbilisi Airport is a very good airport because it's nearly always open and has very few problems with climate change, etc. And I wondered whether this is still the case, that Tbilisi can be used as a hub for air cargo, for example, from many different places on the Silk Road. And also, to what extent has the war in Ukraine made any difficulties, and whether the airport is going to be developed as more as a cargo airport and not only as a passenger airport?
Thank you very much for this question. Absolutely, you are absolutely right that there's projects going on right now to refurbish the existing airport infrastructure and to expand basically Tbilisi airport. There are ongoing construction works within the airport. You may know that in Georgia we have several international airports, one in Kutaisi, one in Batumi, and right now with regard to Tbilisi airport, they are also handling some cargo, but I guess after the major renovation and expansion of infrastructure, it will have more space to handle cargoes as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we will end the session with a huge thanks to both of you coming so far across the world from Japan and from Tbilisi all the way to the University of Westminster. Thank you very much. I think
Thank you very much, and I will use this opportunity and say hi to my dear friend, Maeda-san.
Gamal-sama no Shirvan Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for organizing this forum.
Yes.
It was a pleasure to participate.
I really enjoyed it.
Very grateful to you. So what we're going to have now is what we are going to have a bit later, which is Peter Naismith, I think, has been doing slideshows for, is it 20 years or something, every single year, something like that. Oh, not too many. And it's always delightful. For me, it's always one of the highlights of Georgian Studies Day. And I said to him that it was about the Silk Road. He said, well, what can I do about the Silk Road? And I said, I'm sure you'll find something. And in fact, slides of Georgia and other Silk Road countries, but anything we see through Peter Naismith's eye is always rather special. So let's see what we have.
Great. Hello again. So nice to be back. Thank you, Tamara, for being such a soldier for how many years? I've done 20, you've done 35, haven't you? Yeah. Well, and Peter, of course, not to forget, another soldier, I should say. Okay. Right. I've been told I might have a little extra time, and believe me, that is a very good thing for me. I have so much to say, and it means I can waffle on. And in fact, I'm quite happy to be interrupted as well. You know, people have questions. Do fire away. And so tonight's theme is Silk Road, and I actually will have a little further on in the talk the actual Silk Road being built at the moment, the new Silk Road, you could say. But before we get there, I want to show you the good news. And this is our National Trust of Georgia headquarters. Thank you, everybody. We are so proud of it. I'll just explain it. So for those of you who don't know, I'm one of the people who set up the National Trust for Georgia. It's a new NGO in Georgia in 2016. And it's associated with the National Trust here in the UK. And one of our board members bought this property just to stop it from falling down. And I'll show you what it looked like. That's what she bought. And this is in Avlabari in Tbilisi, which probably most of you know where it is. If you don't know where it is, it's very close to the cliff where the Meteki church is. It's just sort of not far away from there. So National Trust is a heritage organization. We're dedicated to preserving heritage, enhancing heritage. And when we say heritage, we mean not only buildings, but also landscape. Georgia is so rich in heritage that it's one of the best places for an organization like this to start. Although I have to say that when we started it, a lot of people said, Peter, people may give you buildings in England because there's too many and there's lots of rich people in England, but no one will ever give you a building in Georgia. So we said, okay. And what happens? We get given a building almost immediately. And the reason we got this building is because a Georgian who actually worked for UNESCO had bought it simply to stop it from falling down, because it was going to be torn down. You can see it was about to collapse. And she knew it, she wanted it, and she just said, well, don't tear it down, I'll buy it and we'll see what we can do. So then the National Trust comes along. She says, well, do you think you could repair it? And we said, well, maybe we can. We'll see if we can collect some money. And then miracles happen. And I'll just show you, I'll go back if I can. previous. And this is what it's like today.
Wow.
And we have repaired it. It's now our headquarters. And we invite all of you to come and see it. You're welcome. And the reason that we've done this, we spent so much money, not our money, by the way. We have to say thank you very much to the Norwegian government, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who are a wonderful organization. And they paid for most of it. But the reason that it was done is we wanted to give an example to particularly to Georgians, but not only Georgians, how you can not, when you've got a house that's crumbling, you don't have to knock it down, but you can restore it. And not only can you restore it, but you can actually make it more valuable. And this is a very important point that hasn't really been conveyed very well in Georgia. And we wanted to show that that you can restore it, first of all, more cheaply, in that you can do some of the work yourself. You can restore it beautifully so that you keep the aesthetic values that it's already in the building. And then also you can discover aesthetic values that you didn't know, which were already in the building. And I haven't put it in the slideshow, but I did it last year, well, the last time I gave a talk, but we scraped the walls in this house and we found really beautiful early 20th century, late 19th century wallpaper, hand-painted, stenciled drawings across the wall. And it's actually very appropriate that we're giving a talk in this room, because all over Tbilisi, and a lot of people don't know this, particularly in old Tbilisi, if you see these murals here, when the Soviets came, they plastered over them because they considered them to be decadent and you know, not very social democratic. So they plastered over them, and many entrance halls in Tbilisi have murals like this. Usually rather dramatic sort of arts and craftsy style paintings. And some of our friends have been slowly uncovering them. And when you uncover a mural like that, you're going to have to do it very carefully, and then you have to restore it. But there's a whole program of that that's also going on in Tbilisi, particularly now, not only in Tbilisi, but in other parts of Georgia. So that's just one of the many things that we're doing, that we're involved in Georgia. Actually, we have another project that we want to do very similar. This is the back of our house when we got it, and you can see what a terrible state it was in. And unfortunately, a lot of houses in Tbilisi are in this state, and even in our area, it's very much an up-and-coming area. And this is what it's like today.
Wow.
And again, you may recognize, I don't know if you've got a pointer here. Have you got a pointer? Well, it's the president of Georgia. She was there at our opening, because she's also a big supporter of us and what we've been doing. And when I say us, I have to quickly add another organization called ICOMOS Georgia, which is an international heritage organization. They did a lot of the physical work in Georgia. By the way, we do get people coming up to us and saying, we would like to buy or restore a property in Georgia. Do you know how we can do it? And the answer is we do a little bit, because some of the people, the faces that you see there, are some of the workers who actually did the physical work. And the problem in Georgia is that the skill set that was there, 100 years ago has disappeared, and the modern skill set is looking very much towards destruction and then rebuilding from scratch. So it's quite difficult to find good workers, good carpenters, good stonemasons who know the old techniques. But we are getting a list of people together, and we're very keen that this message and this new technology, in a sense, will be restored and brought back to Georgia. We are starting our own, well, it's, I can say international, but at the moment we have it's called an Angels membership scheme. And at the moment it's for angels only. And an angel is somebody who will give us, who will support us in some way, usually with money, and not expect anything in return. In the audience today, we have Deborah Dunham, who is our English secretary, and she looks after our fortune, which isn't very much at all, but still. And we are inviting anybody who wants to become an angel. You are very welcome, and do have a word with Deborah. And by the way, we have some calendars, the National Trust calendars. There's a few for sale there. But the point is, to start off, we need to do a membership scheme, not really for us, but for Georgians in general, like the National Trust in the UK. So we want to develop that. But we've been advised that to do it properly, you need to do it slowly and not try and do it too quickly, because at the moment we don't have much to offer our members. We have a headquarters, and we will have a membership room. We'll have a library where you can go and you can research if you want to redo your house. This is the interior, and remember I mentioned a little bit about the walls. Well, I forgot, but you can, yes, here's a picture, and you can see what we found underneath. About 4 layers of wallpaper and paints and plasterwork. And this is the actually original mid-19th century stencil work you can see on the walls. And we brought it back to life. This is our office, our main office inside the National Trust headquarters. And this is going to be where the members' library is. Sorry, I'm pointing at the wrong place. You can see the glass roof there. And we'll have a library, and we'll have a little coffee shop and a cafe soon. And thank you, Derek. We haven't got the espresso machine yet, but it's on the way. Okay. We also have a little flat. And if any of you want to support the National Trust of Georgia, and you're coming to Georgia, we rent it. And it's only got 1 bed at the moment, but I think we'll get another bed, and it has a sort of an ensuite thing, and that's right on the top of our building. So if any of you are heritage fanatics or just even heritage friendly, you're welcome to come and stay and rent the room. We were going to put it on Airbnb at one point, but it's beautiful, and it's in our headquarters, so you can have the run of the whole place. So we have been using it for artist residencies, but it's fairly often it's still empty and it's available. So that's something else you can think of. Now, some more really good news from Tbilisi. And this is not one of our projects, but we have supported it. In fact, the British Georgian Society, we have Jason's in the back there, and a few of us gave some money towards this project. You see on the right-hand side, you will see the old original wooden spiral staircase, which was just about to collapse. And there's quite a few of them, by the way, in Georgia. And for several years, I've been putting it in our calendar, trying to get people to try and help and save it, because they're very rare. You don't often see a 3-story spiral staircase made out of wood like that anywhere. And the miracle happened. A German architect who actually lived in the building decided that he would try and do it was a fundraising project. It was all kinds of, he applied lots of different places. He didn't need a lot of money, but the best news about this and the way that they restored it was done with Georgian volunteers, mostly young people. And they just got together unpaid, and they sawed it back together. They had to replace a lot of the banisters, a lot of the railings, and some of the structural work. But it's been done, and it's a wonderful example of what can happen and we were so enthusiastic about it because it was young people who did it. And in fact, I think you can see the whole story of it. If you go to staircase.ge, I think it is, it's, by the way, it's mentioned in the calendar, the address. I put this in and you can check it out. You can see the whole story of how it was done. And it's very good news. And this kind of thing, we want to see much more of it, and we will hopefully do more of this as we develop as an organization, because we're still very young at the moment. And by the way, we have a working holidays project as well, right up on the border, very close to Chechnya. We're restoring a tower that we had a hole put in it by a Russian missile in 2003, and we're restoring that. Now, this is sort of vaguely related to the Silk Road, but I've put this in. This is actually the inside page of this year's calendar, and I put this in because you need to see how fragile heritage is in Georgia. And a lot of you probably don't know this wonderful part of Georgia. It's called, maybe you've heard of it, it's called Tusheti. It's only open 4 months of the year. 8 months it belongs completely to nature, except for about a population of about 40 or 50 spend the whole year. But most of the year it's just, you can't get to it because you've got to go to a 3,000 meter peak pass to get in. And what you're looking at is Upper Amalo. It's the main sort of village in the whole region. It's about the size of the Lake District in England. And it's completely off-grid. It's a wonderful example of ecotourism that really works. And it's a naturally produced ecotourism. Westerners didn't, or we didn't have to go in there and tell them, or tell Georgians what to do. They were already doing it naturally themselves. In fact, I think we've got quite a bit to learn from the way that the Georgians have developed this region. But as you can see, these towers, which are medieval, we don't know the exact dates, but they're sort of 15th, 16th century. Even though they look strong, they're fragile. And if you look at the right-hand side image, and then you compare it to the one on the left, you can see that the tower in the middle, which is in fact the highest tower, has collapsed. And it did that about just over a year ago, and it's been like that ever since. And we hope that there will be money, there will be resources, people will come, and the Georgian government also will get involved. We're okay to keep going? We've got Stephen, have we?
Yes.
Let's get Stephen while we've got him. Yes.
We do have Stephen Jones, who was actually one of the founders with me of the Georgian Studies Day. There were 3 of us. One was called John Wright, one was Stephen Jones, and I was the 3rd one. And we started Georgian Studies Days in 1987. So it's rather lovely to have Stephen with us today.
Okay, thank you, Tamara. Well, greetings from Amherst, Massachusetts, where we are experience our deep winter. I have actually moved on from Mount Holyoke College.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine, Tamara, don't worry about it. We've been going for 3 semesters now. We have started a Georgian Studies program at the Davis Center at the University of Harvard. And we are going guns blazing. We're organizing many events and promoting Georgia, its culture, its history, and investigating its politics in the USA. It's the first Georgian program that has been established in the USA, and we're very, very proud of it. So greetings to everybody. And I just caught the last piece of Peter Naismith's discussion of Omalo and Tusheti, which I remember fondly visiting during the Soviet period, I might add. And I also heard Tamara talk about the the origins of the Georgian Studies Day, I should say that she was first. Maybe John Wright and I can compete over second and third. But Tamara was certainly inspiration, and really quite extraordinary that it's still going after so many years. I left the United States in 1989, and I didn't expect to be invited back to a Georgian Studies Day, but here it is, and I'm sure that Tamara is the person responsible for its continuation. So congratulations on that. So I am afraid I'm not going to show you any pretty pictures like Peter Naismith, not even any maps. I'm right in the middle of classes, and I didn't have time to put up any beautiful slides or maps, but I hope the substance will be sufficient for you. So we were asked to address the issue of Georgia and its connection to Silk Roads. And I thought I would focus on the period of the First Republic, the Georgian Democratic Republic, between 1918 and 21, because of the interest that great powers showed in Georgia to establish some sort of economic corridor across the Transcaucasus with Georgia as its hub, as it were. So I did prepare some notes, and I'm going to read them. So hopefully my talk now will be a little more coherent. So before the expansion of Russia in the 18th century to the Black Sea, Georgian kingdoms belonged more to the trading world of the Middle East and Western Asia. Most of Tbilisi's trade was with Tabriz, Julfa, Trabzon, and Constantinople, rather than to Ekaterinburg, Rostov, or Odessa. Photographs in the late 19th century revealed Tbilisi as a city with multiple caravanserais, bazaars, and camel trains. In fact, in 1900, there were still 14 active caravanserais in the city. When the Russian Empire occupied the South Caucasus in the 19th century, it brought Georgia to the edge of Europe. It promoted Georgia's extractive industries. Chiatura in Western Georgia became a global mining center of manganese. Batumi was connected to Baku by pipeline and rail and became a major industrial port. By 1902, it was exporting 3/4 of the Russian Empire's entire oil output. Railway construction, which had begun in the 1860s, funded by British capital and supervised by British engineers, had, by 1914, expanded to all Transcaucasia's major cities and ports. There was no coherent Russian strategy of economic development, but production of raw materials and transport, mostly for military purposes, had by 1917 transformed Transcaucasia and Tbilisi as its hub into a strategic economic space connected to international markets across the Black Sea and in the Mediterranean. Europe's empires, which since the Crimean War had vied for control over the decaying Ottoman Empire and the Black Sea and its Middle Eastern markets, had never paid much attention to the South Caucasus. But revolution and war between 1914 and 1918 opened up opportunities to exploit Transcaucasia's resources and its geography. The Germans, for example, saw control of Baku's oil as decisive in determining the outcome of their war aims in the East. So, using Georgian territory as an economic corridor between Europe and the East was an echo of Georgia's earlier role in the Silk Roads trade. And it was pushed by Georgian intellectuals from the 1880s on. Niko Nikoladze, for example, a former populist, a revolutionary, then an entrepreneur, and then mayor of Poti between 1894 and 1912, worked hard on creating a railway and a shipping route from Baku to Poti and then to Berlin. On coming to power in May 1918, the leaders of the Georgian Democratic Republic quickly realized two things. One, they had to have a European patron to secure their independence from a revanchist Turkey and Russia. And two, the best way to attract a European power was to tote Georgia's strategic corridor and its resources. Germany, which had been pushing the Berlin-Baghdad railway for decades, saw Georgia as an opportunity to extend its Ostpolitik and to secure oil for the Imperial German Army. In a May 31st memorandum in 1918, Otto Gunther von Wessendonck, who was an influential figure in the German Foreign Ministry and an expert in the Eastern question, put it this way. This is a quotation. "The Caucasus is for us a trampoline for political activity in Persia, Central Asia, and in the Russian lands between Ukraine and the Urals. The control of the Caucasus would be a cornerstone in Germany's Eastern policy and would guarantee our influence in the Black Sea. Economically, we would obtain the second largest oil region in the world, rich manganese production." So, end of quote. So you can see what Germany's attitude towards the Caucasus was at the end of World War I. Several treaties known as the, by the way, I should say there were disagreements in Germany over the level of Germans' commitment to the Caucasus. But the view that Wessendonck expressed was very popular among the German leadership, in particular General Ludendorff. So several treaties known as the Poti Agreements were signed between Georgia and Germany in late May 1918. They recognized the Georgian Republic's de facto independence, but in return granted Germany full use of Georgia's railways, its stations, its ports, with rights of transit for troops and war materials until the end of the war. This was central to Germany's expansionist policy into the Orient and a challenge to Britain's dominance in the Middle East. Foreign Minister of Georgia at that time, Akaki Chikenkeli, along with Nikoladze, who became a roving diplomat for the Georgian government, immediately set off for Berlin to obtain German de jure recognition and a bilateral trade treaty. However, Germany's defeat in November 1918 and the German Revolution put an end to this first attempt to establish a Transcaucasian economic corridor under European guardianship. After the defeat of Germany, the British Royal Navy steamed into Batumi in December 1918 to replace the Germans. British goals in the regions were much more confused than those of Germany, but they stayed in Georgia for 18 months. At their peak, British troops numbered 20,000 in Georgia. Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon and the British Chief Commissioner in Transcaucasia, Oliver Wardrop, were the champions of an assertive British strategy in the region. In a memorandum to the Eastern Committee in December 1918, Lord Curzon listed 14 points in support of a British presence. He said it would give Britain naval control of the Caspian, free ports in Batumi, Poti, and Trabzon, free rail transit for Britain from Baku to Batumi, and control over oil supplies. He was a little overambitious in those claims, as I can tell you later on. But in Curzon's mind, it was really about India and Britain's geopolitical interests in the Middle East, particularly in Persia, Palestine, and Egypt. Transcaucasia, Curzon wrote, was, quote, the key to the whole of the vast territory which stretches from the Black Sea to the borders of the Indian Empire, end of quote. Curzon's real goal was to construct a middle wall, as he referred to it, across Transcaucasia that would keep any form of Russian expansion, whether it was led by Denikin or Lenin, out of the region. In the end, the use of Transcaucasia as a trade corridor for Germany or as a strategic barrier to Russian expansion for the UK did not work out. The British Admiralty wanted access to Baku's oil, but the discovery of oil wells in Persia and Mesopotamia made that less urgent. Britain was exhausted by the war, and the cost of staying in Transcaucasia was in the end too much. When the question of mandates came up at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, the UK tried to pass it on to the US or Italy. Churchill, appointed Secretary of War in 1919, described the Transcaucasian Railway, quote, as one of the greatest strategic lines in the world, end of quote. But he described any British resistance to Bolshevism, or for that matter to Kemalism, in Transcaucasia as futile and a waste of time. Kemalist Turkey and Bolshevik Russia understood the strategic and economic value of Transcaucasia as well. Let me read to you what Stalin wrote in November 1920, very revealing in terms of this Soviet Russia's attitude towards this region at this time. Quote, "The importance of the Caucasus for the revolution is determined not only by the fact, but also by its position between Europe and also by the presence of the most important economic and strategic roads, Batumi-Baku, Batumi-Tabriz, Batumi-Tabriz-Erzurum," end of quote. There are multiple explanations as to why the Red Army ended the independent statehood of all the three republics in Transcaucasia in 1920-21. But there is no doubt that oil, trade, port access on the Black Sea, and transit potential across Transcaucasia to Central Asia were high on Soviet Russia's agenda. But it didn't work for the USSR either in the end, as ideology and security concerns trumped the potential for a profitable Transcaucasian route to Western markets. I'll conclude now. Since the 1990s, Georgia and South Caucasia's significance for international trade has clearly reemerged. Now it's the BTC, the BRI, and the Eastern Partnership. The great powers, as it were, are back in the game, though they're different great powers now. And they are less powerful than they were in 1918. The tragic war in Ukraine, I believe, has strengthened the agency of South Caucasian states and their leverage, as the region's significance as an economic and strategic bridge between Asia and Europe grows, while Russia's political and economic power declines. Okay, I am sorry for the reading of that, but that's what I prepared for you. Thank you very much.
That was absolutely brilliant. Steve, I've heard Georgia called lots of things, but trampoline I hadn't, and it's extremely apt. We've got a few moments for questions, if anybody would like to ask a question. I see one at the back coming over to you. Say who you are.
Good afternoon, sir. Bernard Crocker from London. Most interesting lecture. Can you recommend a book on this subject, please?
Oh, I could recommend my own.
Do you have one?
Which has not come out yet. It's due to come out with University of Harvard Press probably next year. The book is finished, but it's not published yet. But other books on this, I mean, there is Firuz Kazemzadeh. For the moment now, I've forgotten the title. The Independent States of Transcaucasia, I think, was the struggle of the Do you remember, Tamara, the title of that book?
Struggle of Transcaucasia.
Yeah, the struggle for Transcaucasia. So that's Firuz Kazemzadeh. It's not the best book, but it gives an overall history of the period. I got
there's not much material written about the First Republic, to be honest with you. And I got most of my materials from the Georgian archives and the archives, the British National Archives and those in France as well. Because of the presence of great powers in Georgia during the First Republic, they collected a lot of material on this period. And it was very useful in gathering the sort of material that I presented to you. But let me think about that, and I will pass it on to Tamara, and then she can pass it on to you, Bernard, in terms of what the better books would be for that period. But as I said, there are quite a few in Georgian now, but I'm guessing you want them in some sort of European language. So I'll think about that.
Thank you, sir.
There's Tadeusz Świętochowski, who wrote about Azerbaijan under when it was independent. And because of that, he does refer quite often to the situation in Georgia in his
Yeah, that's true. And another book like that is Richard Hovhannissian's book,
of course,
a 4-volume work on the Armenian Republic, Richard Hovhannissian. And he deals a lot, because you really, when you're talking about the independence of Armenia between 1918 and 20, it's part of a Transcaucasian context. The policies of the Western powers to Transcaucasia were hard to disentangle republic by republic very often. And the preference of the Paris Peace Conference and most Western leaders was for some sort of Transcaucasian federation. But Hovhannissian's work is an encyclopedic work. And if you want to know about the details of Western policy, Armenian policy, and also Armenia's relations with Georgia at this time, and Azerbaijan, that's probably the place to start. It's very, very detailed, very comprehensive.
Yes, could I add, Peter Naismith, hello from London, Stephen. Just to recommend your book, if I may say, is it not called Socialism in Georgian Colors? Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
That really deals, thanks for that, Peter. That really deals with the period until 1917. So it's about the growth of Georgian social democracy. Georgian social democracy, of course, was the dominant political movement, which then became the government of the independent Republic of Georgia, that's a story in itself, which I would love to tell you about the politics of the Georgian Democratic Republic between 1918 and 21, which was really extraordinarily innovative. And I think Georgia today could learn lots of lessons from the First Republic in terms of its policies towards democracy and participation of citizens. It was really quite a novel democratic republic. And of course, in theory, much to the astonishment of Europeans, it was over on the other side of the Caucasus Range, putting it in Asia. But really an extraordinary story, and that's why I've written the book about it. Yeah, I will say that in the last decade or so, there's been much more interest in this period, and we are seeing lots more written about it, lots more interest among PhD students. So, keeping my fingers crossed that more will be published.
Yeah, there is one book that has just been published, which I did actually with Aka Morchaladze, but it's extremely anecdotal. It's just a series of stories from that period, but it's not a work of scholarship, but it's certainly, I'd love to plug it. Right. Here, I think we are about to have tea, aren't we?
Yeah, well, yes, there's also Eric Lee.
Eric Lee, exactly, yes.
Who is not a professional scholar, but a labor of love, has written a book about that period. Stephen, thank you so much It was an absolutely riveting story, and I don't know if you heard any of the others, but the sort of ephemeral and sometimes very concrete, like this Minister of Economic Affairs, all coming down to the same thing about various layers about Georgia's geopolitical position.
Sure.
Geography. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously the case, and it's always been to some degree an advantage for Georgia, being smack there in the middle of this potential sort of route of economic transit and energy transit. Of course, the pipelines, the gas and oil pipelines are already in place going across Georgia, but it of course does create some vulnerabilities as well for Georgia. It's not a totally positive geopolitical position because it does attract other powers that are interested in this region and don't always have a benevolent attitude towards Georgia.
Yeah, that's true. Listen, can we invite you for a cup of tea now?
I shall make my own here in Amherst, Massachusetts.
Please, and we'll drink to each other.
And drink to your
Yes.
Georgian Studies Day.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Can I now announce the way things are going to go? We are going to have tea, and then yes, if we could, and then we've got Peter. So we've got a nice period of tea where you can ask a lot of questions of each other, and then we're going to have Peter Naismith for at least 10 minutes, and then we will have our reports of work in progress.
We start again at 10:02 so that Peter can get his slides in.
That's the beginning of the tunnel, and they've started building the road. And of course, what do they find? The valley is stuffed with archaeological ruins, remains. And if you just scrape off the surface, and all they've done, they've found this. It's a 15th century stone house, so it's another archaeological site. So we, as a National Trust of Georgia, strongly were trying for years to encourage them to build it in the next valley over, but unfortunately the ADB and the EBRD, which are the two international development fund banks who are funding this project, they didn't listen. And now I have to put this picture in, and you probably think it's not real, but it is real. And the reason that I put it in is because this little bear is standing in the middle of the Khada Valley, in fact, right next to the previous picture. And I put it in because the BBC, from our own correspondent, came and did a program about the problem in Khada and the conflict between keeping heritage and then building this new north-south road. And this was one of the protesters had met one of the locals, and this and he was a musician himself. That's not the local, this is the other local. And was trying to teach him to play. But anyway, and it's an absolutely for real picture. And this little bear is only a few months old, but of course they live there. This is their valley as much as it's ours. And the bear is now gone. This picture was taken about 7 years ago, and of course, in fact, he went to one of the bear rescue centers.
Is the instrument the bear is holding, is it a chonguri?
It looks like a chonguri, yes, but I'm not entirely sure because I couldn't count this number of strings because you have to know the number of strings to know the instrument, but I think it might have been. This is another inhabitant of the valley, and this is the bearded vulture. It's a magnificent bird, and you very rarely see them standing on the ground. And I was very lucky to get this picture. I mean, it stands about this high. It's huge, and it's also going to lose its home. This is the valley before the road has been started. They've now started it, and there'll be a bridge going right across the middle of it. And this was taken about a year ago. And you can see, and speaking of Silk Roads, you see the Chinese characters on the cement works. I mean, it's being built by Chinese, and it's really part of the Belt and Road initiative. And we have always made out that this valley should in fact have been, or could have been, a World Heritage Site for UNESCO. It met all the criterion, but unfortunately it looks like we're going to lose it. Right, I'll just put this in quickly. This is a wonderful success story in Tbilisi. Most of you will know this. It's the interior of the opera. What you may not often see is the way that this blend of Islamic or Eastern and Western culture beautifully unified in this building. And you have the Musharebi windows and reflected on the ground below. Come on, that's it. Some of you might have seen this, so I won't going to say too much about that, except to say that during the research of this book, which ties in a little bit with the period that Stephen Jones was talking about, I discovered with this Georgian writer, Akamot Chaladze, who, in fact, basically, this is his book, and we just rewrote it effectively. Some very interesting facts about that period, particularly with Georgian bandits, and how instrumental Georgian bandits were in the social democratic revolution. But read the book, okay, and you'll find out more. But because they acted as the police force for the Social Democrats, and you got a let's say revolutionary ideal, and that's one thing. But to put it into practice is quite another. And to put it into practice, you needed a police force, and the bandits who came out of Guria, which is another very interesting aspect of Georgian history, the Gurian Republic of 1905. But I haven't got time to talk about it now. But again, that is the foundation of the social democratic revolution in Georgia in 1918. Sorry, I'll just go back. That last picture was just a picture of the opera that Alexander Dumas, the original opera, which was burnt down in mid or late 19th century and was replaced by the one you've just seen. And this was when we went inside the opera, a group of us, and there was, as you know, the Tbilisi Ballet is there. And I just thought I'd put this picture in. This is the rehearsal room, because this chap here on the bottom left, he's English. He's called Oscar, and he is now working with the Tbilisi Ballet because he was with the Bolshoi. But when the war in Ukraine started, he quickly left Russia, and they took him at the Tbilisi Ballet, and he's in his 20s, and now he's touring around the world with the Tbilisi Ballet. You might have heard the Japanese professor mentioning Akaki Tsereteli. This, for those of you who can read Georgian, this is one of Akaki. This is the picture of Akaki right in the middle here. And the picture from 1908. And it's him, they had a national celebration of his birthday. And below here is the poem that he wrote. It's called Answer to the Heart. And he was a great raconteur and wag and much beloved figure in Georgia and very interesting. And I learned a lot about him in this book. I just thought I will quickly throw this in. If any of you have seen a 100 million ruble note, okay, we might see them again fairly soon. I don't know. But anyway, it's from 1924, when it was when it was the Transcaucasian Republic, so just after the Bolsheviks had taken over. Above it, here, is a currency from the Georgian Social Democratic Republic between 1918 and 21, and it's we got a little. Oh, maybe I can get rid of that. Let's see what happens. Yeah. And it's 50 kopecks, and so you go from 50 kopecks to 100 million rubles, and they're roughly about the same value in 4 years. Now, I'm just going to end now by showing what you will see on the streets of Tbilisi today. If you haven't been there recently, there's a lot of very pro-Ukrainian graffiti, some of it very good and very, very high quality, I think. And then, if you go up into the hills, as I do frequently, because I'm, as you probably know, a big walker, and people paint Ukrainian flag on a lamppost, and then someone has walked past and written a Z on it, because there's a lot of Russians in Tbilisi at the moment, and not all of them are, how can I put it, against the war. But quite interestingly, I took this picture in the summer, and then I came back, and somebody told me that this was actually done by a Russian. So, because the majority of the Russians, of course, who are in Tbilisi, and there's an awful lot of them now, and if you go there, you'll notice it. The great majority of them, of course, don't agree with the war, and they're just running away from it. And my last picture is something that I strongly recommend any of you go and visit if you get a chance in Svaneti. This is pictures taken in Mestia. It's a Lamproba ceremony, and I don't know if any of you have heard about it, but it's the Georgian Day of the Dead. And it's one of the best things I've ever done in Georgia in all my years of going there. It's very touching, it's very moving, it's very medieval. And what they do is they light bonfires, and then they put tables out, and there's food and wine and of course cha-cha. And then they talk to their ancestors. And if you're a visitor, they invite you to talk to your ancestors too. And I can't tell you, it was very, very moving. Your feet, you're freezing cold, and there's a bonfire, and very little has changed all around you for the last 400 years. And I remember, okay, cha-cha helped a little bit, but I remember doing a speech to my mother, who had fairly recently died. And I don't know, it's a very strong and powerful ceremony. It's just for one day, and it's happening in 2 weeks' time in all over Svaneti, round about the 21st of February. I did have a video to show you of it, but we couldn't get it to work. So I'm going to leave it there. Lovely to see you all again, and hopefully see you all next year. And thank you very much.
Thank you. You could have even gone on even longer, Peter. It was just wonderful. Thank you very much. We're still trying to get Nino Chubabria online. So what we're going to do is move on a bit, and we will then go to the first of the twins, I think. Yes, we're going to have Newport Kutaisi, work in progress, and it's Dr. Shirley Egley who's going to talk for a few minutes. And do you need slides or anything? Or? Okay, Now here's your.
Oh, right.
And when we used to roam around before we had the University of Westminster, we did have one or two, I think, Newport Georgian Studies Days. So we have a very good link.
Thank you. Yes, I actually spoke at that on that day. It was my first connection to Kutaisi was through a research and pedagogic research group that took place between staff and students in Newport and in Kutaisi University. And that's the beginning of where I got ravelled up. And now I'm at the moment chair of the Kutaisi Newport Twinning Association. I want to start really by just saying something about the former chair. And her name is Caroline McLaughlin. I think some of you who have been regular visitors will know her, knew her. She passed away in March last year, and she was one of the founding members of Newport Kutaisi Twinning Association. She was also honorary professor at the University Akaki Tezereteli State University in Kutaisi, and she was given the keys to the city of Kutaisi as a kind of to just really acknowledge the very key role she played in developing and establishing relationships between our two cities. When she died in March, many of her dear friends from Kutaisi joined us at the funeral service, and we live streamed that service so that they could join in. And we read out many of the tributes that they'd sent, both her friends and the officials in Kutaisi. So she's a very important person to us and to Kutaisi. I went with her 15 years ago to Kutaisi, and as I walked down the street there, people would just cross the road all the time to shake her hand and say hello. She was a very well-known character. You might know her or remember her from her purple hair and her brightly coloured tops and her bling and her tight leather trousers that she wore until she was 80. And so she was very much a character and very well loved. So she was a very much central to our Twinning Association. She was a bundle of energy, wisdom and fun, and she was passionate about education and lifelong learning. And we do continue to miss her. Now, what follows really from Caroline's death is, first of all, I got to be chair, but also it brought to our mind the fact that we were an ageing association, particularly in Newport, actually, not so much in Kutaisi, but particularly in Newport. We actually had lost quite a number of other older friends this year, not just Caroline. And it did make us think about what was our future. And I think one of the things that we were very committed to in our first meetings after COVID and after Caroline's death was that we wanted to do something which majored on education and making new links through younger people, children and younger people. And so our work this year has really had that as our focus. I'll mention 3 of those projects. The first is a twinning with a high school in Newport with Newport High School, and with another similar school in Kutaisi. And the focus for that was street art. And that was quite a good medium because it meant that the language barrier between children was reduced by making it around art. They have now started phase 2 of that project, and I believe that they are considering doing a school exchange, a staff-student exchange, which would be very exciting. We founded our organisation really back into a huge exchange programme 30 years ago when many children came over from Kutaisi to visit Newport. The second is Peter here is looking after this one, and it's a twinning with 2 primary schools, much younger children, but hopefully that will be established sometime this year. That the mechanism is already in place and the people have already declared their interest in making that work. The third one is to rekindle the links that we had with the university. Back in the day when I was involved with Kutaisi, we were University of Wales Newport. We then were taken over by Glamorgan University to form the University of South Wales. And our activity with Kutaisi and the funding for that was put somewhat to one side because there were other more pressing concerns for that newly formed university. And so now what we've done is really tried to rekindle that. And at the moment, we're hopeful that we'll get 3 paid tuition scholarships for students from Kutaisi to come to study a 1-year master's course in Newport. But actually I think in a more interesting way, we've also set something up so that some of our BA leisure and tourism students go to placements in Kutaisi. It's very hard to get students to move in that direction, partly because of the language problems and partly, I think, because of a nervousness about interrupting their studies to go abroad and wonder what the funding is. But we think that this is kind of, we're quite hopeful about that one. Ravelled up also, obviously, our research and staff mobility opportunities. We've offered Newport the use of all our sports facilities when their teams come over. You recently might have watched the rugby match in which Georgia beat Wales. We were actually at the dinner that was celebrating, beforehand, it was anticipating that match, and we were with all the officials, and they were very sort of, oh, we know we're not going to win, blah, blah, blah. But actually, in the end, they did win. That's quite interesting. Our association helped to teach the choir to sing the Georgian national anthem on the day, and I think some of our colleagues in Wales thought we did too good a job at kind of rousing the spirits of the rugby players, and they, in the end, they won that one. We're also thinking of doing an exchange with a book club, a twinning with our book club, a group of professional women meet in Newport and choose books and by turn. And we've invited the university's book club to join with ours. Interestingly, our book club is called Books and Bubbles, which gives you some clue as to the kind of the sharing of activity. But their book club, their club, reads Ulysses through, and when it gets to the end, they start again because there's normally new students who have come. So maybe there'll be a bit of a clash of cultures, but we're hopeful that we're going to make some interesting connections, because I think one of the issues that we face is that the Twinning Association is built on personal relationships, over time, deep and meaningful. And I think what we have to do is engage young people to make their own webs of connection, because otherwise, the association won't continue with any meaningful way. The other thing that we've done recently is had a supra to celebrate Georgian Christmas. And we had some of our longtime Georgian residents, Keita and Vida, come to organise our toast giving. And we also toasted our final toast of friendship with wine that was gifted from Sofiko and the Georgian Embassy. So we were very pleased about that. Sofiko and her colleagues from the Georgian Embassy are visiting Newport in March. We're going to, there's a programme of visits to local schools, to the Newport Council and trade possibilities, and also to the Welsh Government. And there are a group of us who are going out to Kutaisi in May for the first time, officially for the first time, obviously, since before COVID. I was due to go out there just as COVID hit. And so that will be quite an interesting experience. But as we were talking about earlier, Derek, actually the prices of flights to and from the two countries have gone up enormously. And I think that rather puts limits to how much we can expect, certainly colleagues from Kutaisi to visit us, and to some degree, how many people from Newport will be in a position to fund themselves to go out there. So I think that's my key theme. Have to actually do a lot to engage children and young people to sustain the very long-standing relationship that we've had through the Twinning Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What I do hope is that most of you will stay for the reception and you can be bombarded with questions because I have several questions in my mind. We're going to go on with the twinning program because we can't yet make contact with Nino Chubabri and Tbilisi. So I'm very pleased to announce one of the most faithful friends of Georgian Studies Days, which is Derek Pickup, who's going to talk about Tbilisi. And as you can see, he's wearing his inimitable, beautiful Georgian costume.
Yes, you saw the towers that Peter showed you up in the mountains, and this is the type of sort of needlework and beadwork that they used to do in the mountains, and there still are a few people who do it in the country. So if anybody wants anything like this, I should buy it now before it completely dies out, because it tends to be all hand done, and so it takes a long time. I just wanted to give you a very brief report about what the Bristol-Tbilisi Association has been doing. Like Newport and Kutaisi, we're twin cities, but we're twinned with Tbilisi, the capital. And we've been twins since 1988, so this year marks our 35th anniversary, like Georgian Studies Day. It's been quite difficult, the twinning link, over the last few years, because as you know, twinning is about friendship, and friendship's about meeting and interacting with people. And of course, because of COVID, it made life extremely difficult. And even though in the last year, you know, the COVID restrictions have gradually been easing, there's still been difficulties in getting people to come to large events, and there has been a knock-on effect of things like the airfares. So there's a big difference about encouraging people to go back and forth to Georgia when they can buy tickets for £100 and less, to having to pay between sort of £400 and £500 for tickets. And of course, the influx of Russians into Tbilisi means that, you know, it's very hard to find cheap accommodation these days in Tbilisi, because it's all been taken by the Russians who are living there. Anyway, I just wanted to quickly go through some of the things we did in 2022. Because of the, you know, COVID restrictions, we've been developing online lectures. So we had a very good start, the start of the year, with a talk about the Christmas traditions in Georgia. And then that was followed by a talk from a Georgian about 12 women artists of Georgia and how they've left a mark on art history in Georgia. And the person who had given the lecture gave the lecture from New York. So the internet is quite good for that kind of thing, but it is much better when you have face-to-face events. So, for example, we had some Georgian women poets come to Bristol who did a reading through one of the bookshops, and that was well attended and quite exciting. Then we had, Peter was talking about Georgian street art. Street art has been growing, I think, in importance in Georgia, and you will see it all across, particularly Tbilisi. And as many of you know, Banksy has made Bristol the sort of the home of street art in the UK. And we have an annual international festival of street art where we have something like 200 to 250 street artists from all around the world. And it's actually highly competitive to get a place. So Georgian artists have to put their names forward with examples of a portfolio of their work, and then a committee decides whether they should be invited to participate. And we had one participant this year called Tamuns, who's a woman Georgian street artist, and she did some fantastic work in Bristol. And then she came up to London and spent 3 months painting the streets of London. Then towards the end of June, we had the Georgian ambassador and their team come down to Bristol, and they were looking at how they could help stimulate more links between our two cities. So, for example, they met with both Bristol University and the University of West of England and looked at how they can perhaps develop joint programs, make it easier for the exchange of students, and looked at how they can develop opportunities to support Georgian students who want to come and study in Bristol. And actually this year we've got 7 Georgian students studying in the city, 2 of whom were given grants by the University of Bristol. We're very lucky that often we get students either sponsored through the Chevening programme, through the Foreign Office, which is very helpful, and also the Georgian government have a programme for master's students as well. We also had talks with the Chamber of Commerce, also with the local mayor about links between the two cities. We met with the Lord Lieutenant and various other organisations. And we finished off the ambassador's visit because we have an annual Georgian Supra, which is always very well intended. And this year we were very lucky that the Georgian embassy managed to persuade a Georgian wine company called Gordabani to provide the wines for the event. And in fact, the deputy ambassador at the event enjoyed the event so much that all the wine that was left over, before we realised what he was doing, he gave it to all the guests as they were departing the Supra. So everybody had a very nice time. We were going to have a trip in 2019 for members of the Bristol Tbilisi Association, and we had 32 people signed up to go, but because of COVID, we had to cancel it. So we decided to do the trip again. However, because of the huge increase in costs in terms of accommodation in Georgia, in terms of flights, we ended up with 6 people going. So we had a very intimate trip and everybody had a great time, but there were only 6 of us. As I said, one of the things we do, because this whole thing about twinning is about friendship links, one of the things we try and do is enhance the experience that Georgian students have when they come to study in Bristol. Last year we had 5 students and we worked with them and they did very well. This year we've got 7 students, including, we've actually got 3 undergraduate students. And we're busy trying to help them to make sure that their year in the UK is not only academically important, but they actually get to meet lots of different people, get to travel around the country and get to experience what it's like to live in a foreign country. Just to say, if you want to learn more of what we do as an association, if you look at our website, just look up Bristol Tbilisi Association. Also, we have a Facebook page, and that will show you all the different things we do. And there's also recordings there of the different lectures we've had. And I also have the honour of being the honorary consul for Georgia in the UK, as well as being chair of the Twinning Association. And this year, for the first time in many years, they actually had a conference in Georgia, in Kakheti, for the honorary consuls around the world. And it seems there's 87 honorary consuls around the world. And you don't get paid for it. And anything you do, you have to find the money to make it happen. So all these people came to this event, paid for it to come over. And we actually had participants from as far away as New Zealand. And I was very surprised to meet the honorary consul from Colombia, the honorary consul from Peru, believe it or not, they even have the honorary consul of Haiti. I'm not quite sure what Haiti and Georgia have in common, but they have an honorary consul. So I'd very much like to thank the Foreign Ministry and Ilya, the Foreign Minister, for promoting the concept of honorary consuls, because it's very much like the twinning. You know, it's people around the world who try and promote Georgia as a country. Why they do it, I've got no idea, because when I went round and talked to the different consuls, for many of them, it was the first time they've ever been to Georgia. But all I can say is they had a wonderful time, and we're all now part of a, an email group, and everybody's forever sending pictures and different things to each other. So we're going to have lots of activities this year to mark the 35th anniversary. And one of the things we're going to do this year is my wife and I are going with a couple of other people in Bristol, and we've decided it's about time we went to the mountain areas. So we will be going to Tuscety and Armalou, and we're also hoping to go to Svaneti and also places like Ratcha. And if any of you've got the opportunity, I would say go there now before the tourists get there. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That was wonderful. So we'll press on. Where's David Gigauri? There. David Gigauri has two hats. One hat is the Newcastle and of the world and Achaltziche. And he also has another hat, which is to report on the British Georgian Society. So you can choose. Why not? Okay. Because we are running out of time anyway, so that would be fine. Just remember which is which.
Hi everyone. So yeah, just a few words about Newcastles of the World and Achaltziche. It's a slightly different setup for people who don't know. It's not quite twinning. It's actually an association of different Newcastles from around the world that share the same name. So in 2009, I went up to Newcastle upon Tyne, and we kind of pitched the idea that Achaltziche is a Newcastle in Georgia. So we did a pitch, we had exchange of councillors and the Lord Mayor, and Achaltziche enrolled, and we've been trying to get more and more activities within this network of Newcastles. So obviously the past year has been not as active. There were still restrictions on some travel and some things, but Achaltziche did get a new mayor who's actually very proactive, so we're quite hopeful for the years to come to move this initiative forward. One of the things that is being developed, and we worked on it this past year as well, is called the Newcastle's Passport, which involves quite a few countries that are part of the association, and the aim for it is really it's focused on tourism. So by enrolling or by receiving this Newcastle passport, you get certain perks and privileges in different Newcastles when you travel to try to promote such travel. Specifically in Georgia right now, it gives you a free entry to Rabati Castle, but we're going to try to sort of extend that too, because there's plenty to see in the area, not necessarily in Achaltziche itself, but around, and try to promote that. Achaltziche did receive from USAID a marketing investment, so we're going to try to piggyback off that as well, and within the initiative of Newcastle's Passport, and see if we can integrate that and get more tourism going that way. For people who don't know, within the area there's Vardzia, there's Hertvisi Fortress, there's Abastumani, so there's actually plenty. There's Borjomi's not too far as well, so there's actually plenty to do once you get to Achaltziche. Achaltziche itself, although travel was restricted, it did carry on with a lot of cultural and sports events, which on previous occasions, we did have people from different Newcastles join, from South Africa, from the UK. On this past year, we did not, but as you can see, the Japanese sort of logo prepared, which did sort of a lot of online communication and connections, which was an interesting initiative there. Another thing that united everyone within the Newcastles of the World Association was obviously Ukraine. A network was set up between which included UK and Georgia as well. This particular post is, again, Japanese one. I quite like it. And it was specifically done to coordinate some of the efforts to help Ukraine from the on behalf of the association, and was one of the more active participants, where a lot of essential non-perishable goods and medication was prepared and sent to Ukraine, as did UK. Another theme within this cooperation is our sort of personalities. And if you remember previous years, there were different notable people. This year, there was a big exhibition on Berta von Suttner. For those who don't know, she was the first woman to win a Nobel Peace Prize, and she was one of the leading figures of in the European peace movement. She was Austrian, and the exhibition was actually opened by the Austrian ambassador. And she lived in Georgia for almost 10 years, and she helped translate Night in Panther Skin and other works. So there's this wonderful connection, and it was in Nachal Tzich where a big exhibition was held. And again, we tried to get more people from Newcastles of the World, including UK, to join. It's still, I believe it's still on. In the past, Nachal Tzich hosted America Days in Nachal Tzich and the United Nations Youth Forum. So our aim is to have Britain Days in Nachal Tzich. The idea was, well, you know, I floated the idea with the councillors here in Newcastle 2 years ago. Then obviously it was COVID, so we're going to try to get this idea back up and running, and hopefully with a sort of new active mayor, Will, and the help from Newcastle here, we'll be able to organize that and do something similar to what was done before, which was great. It was a great success, so we'll try to replicate that, but have sort of British Days. Right, that's it on Nachal Tzich in Newcastle. So I'm switching hats and moving to the British Georgian Society. We'll start off with our sort of regular events. So the BGS London Georgian Film Festival, together with Life Through Cinema, happened September last year, which was a great success, as usual, sort of perfectly curated by Jason Osborne. A real interesting variety of films dating back to 1927. Black and white Amok film, which had great-granddaughter of Nata Vachnadze present in the audience doing Q&A and live music. Some of the Soviet classics and some of the new groundbreaking films. There were Q&As with Merab Ninidze, there was live music and documentaries as well. And we had a Q&A with chess legend Nonaga Prindashvili as well. So that was very, very interesting and successful festival. So there's some more pictures from there. Another annual event that we have, another regular event, is the Rustaveli Day at the Royal Asiatic Society. Last year, the theme was all about the king, Georgian prince who became king of Armenia Radamisto. And the reason why it's interesting is because of wealth of information in the Roman historical sources about the story, but also it made a lot of people wrote about it, and there were several operas and books written about Radamisto. So we had a very interesting illustrative talk by Dr. Manana Odishele about the historic true events of Radamisto, kind of the forgotten power struggle in the Caucasus, which was then followed by a really fascinating talk by Dr. Ruth Smith of Cambridge, who is part of the Handel Institute, about the opera, Handel's opera Radamisto, and how the whole thing came about, the themes, and how accurate it is to actual historic events and what actually happened. Yeah, so that's the speakers there. Another ongoing thing of the British Georgian Society is the chair's bursary. And last year, yeah, I think we'll hear more about that soon, but last year it was a podcast, Voices of the Ancestors. So very much looking forward to hearing how that went, but that's the winners of the bursary last year. I'll let the speaker speak after that. A series of events last year as well. One, I think worth talking about a bit more is a joint event with the British Museum, which was the behind-the-scenes curated tour of the Georgian collection at the British Museum, which was done by Dr. Rachel King, who's the curator at the Waddesdon Bequest, and it includes a variety of things, including this cross, which was Marjorie Wardrop's cross. She was presented in Georgia and brought back to the UK. AGM, there's a BGS AGM is coming up end of this month. Last year, as usual, aside from all the admin, we had it was hosted at the embassy, and we had very interesting talks by the ambassador as well as, well, by both ambassadors. So we had a connection with Mark Clayton, UK ambassador to Georgia. We do try to sort of partner up and promote Georgian causes and Georgian events outside of BGS. So there were talks at Carnegie Europe, at Pushkin House, film screenings and online talks. And obviously we heard from Peter Naismith right now at the National Trust of Georgia. So we tried to get the word out and try to get people involved in some of these causes. And again, as BGS is here to promote Georgian culture and in the UK, so Georgia-related events, whether it's about, you know, there was an interesting talk about Ilyas, the Georgian avant-gardist, at one of the universities, Georgian artists, exhibitions, screenings, and charity events. So we'll try to get involved in everything Georgia related in the UK. And last, just I want to sort of note that we, a very important member and a great friend and partner of British Georgian Society, Zura Kokorashvili, unfortunately passed away. Last year, he was a member of the British Georgian Society. He was a founder of many charitable events that British Georgian Society hosted. He was one of the founders of Tamada Georgian Restaurant, and yeah, it's a great loss for the society, and I think for the Georgian cause in the UK in general. So we'll treasure his memory, and it's important to mark that. Perfect. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for both those things. We think we've managed to get a link. I better just say, every year we have a progress report about Mkurnali. It was a charity set up at first to rescue children from the street. And it was seed money from the British Embassy that set it up. And ever since, I think it's been going 15, 20 years, with the changes in the law in Georgia to accommodate EU law, it meant that street children are now taken into foster homes, and now it's over 18s, and many of them are in prison, and they come out with nobody to go to, and they come to the shelter called Mkonali, and she is the director, and it's mostly supported by the St. Gregory Foundation, which is a British foundation. And we'll hear about, they have a legal program. We have a first, because all this time there has been the update on Friends of Academic Research in Georgia. And I think we only had an update for the year once during all this period. But here we've got somebody, Professor Donald Rayfield, who's well known to Georgian studies generally, and he is going to give us an update on Friends of Academic Research in Georgia.
Friends of Academic Research in Georgia have been trying to do something for about 20 years with mixed success, partly due to the shortage of funds. But for some 20 years, on a legacy from Dr. John Wilkinson, we've yes, okay. On a legacy from Dr. John Wilkinson, we've managed to supply young Georgian scholars, and the word "young" in Georgia means younger than 45, as they develop much more slowly because they live to about 100. And so we've got, we award annually something like up to £1,500 for promising research projects and some smaller grants. We've tried to be proactive and direct Georgian scholars in directions perhaps they didn't at first want to move in. It's very, very popular, of course, archaeology, which at least is a healthy academic occupation, and there's a lot of it going on, and it has a lot of support from Western, particularly British. So that is active, at least so far, because last year it was very, very difficult to get licenses to excavate in time for the beginning of the season. Otherwise, there's a great deal of interest in Georgian scholars in writing about the history of the church, in writing about the golden era of David the Builder, David Akhmashenibili and Tamar. And it's been very difficult to persuade Georgians to research some of the areas that have been under-researched. So we did make two efforts. One is a total fiasco, largely due to Putin, which was to suggest that Georgian scholars who are able to reside in Russia and visit Russian archives should look at the whole period of the vice-regency. Many of those records are in Russian archives and have not been properly studied since the beginning of the 20th century. Nobody's taken us up on that. The other area we've tried to encourage is more successful, that is to venture into Ottoman archives. As Georgian is now looked on quite favorably by the Turkish authorities, and the University of Rize has a Georgian stream, and a lot of Georgian scholars have learnt some Turkish. And there is a lot of archive material in Feriköy, the Catholic suburb of Istanbul, as well as in the state archives. We thought this should progress. As some of you will know, is that to read Ottoman Turkish as opposed to modern Turkish, and anything to do with Georgia will be in Ottoman Turkish, requires 4 years, 5 years hard work. Since you're looking at it in Arabic script, just like reading English with no vowels, and various forms of handwriting. So we've had surprisingly little success there. While we don't have enormous funds of our own, we have been able, or at least Robert Skellen and other more active members have been able to scout around and see what other funds can be got. It struck me, and I think it struck others, that one of the main problems for outside scholars working on Georgian material is that so little has been digitized. When you compare it with, say, virtually everything that's in the French archives of historical value, you can read online on any laptop anywhere in the world. In Georgia, it's been going very, very slowly. And I think it's the Soviet tradition, very strong still, of what the Russians call собака на сене, that the archivists feel this is our private personal treasure. And people are going to be allowed to look at it only with my permission and if I'm favorable towards them. And if it's all digitized and put online, then what is the archivist doing? So there's been considerable resistance, and there is quite a lot of digitization going on in Georgia, particularly the National Parliamentary Library has produced a great deal. But when you think of the 2 million files in the Ministry of Interior that deal with the entire communist period, or you look at the historical archives for the 19th century, or the manuscript part, which is very, very slow in archival work, then one just has to keep on nagging. I suppose the other problem is, one area where we've had success actually is getting at least 3 universities in Georgia, Batumi, Kutaisi, and I think both in Tbilisi now, both the Jefferson and the other one, is to get them free or cheap subscriptions to JSTOR, which, as you probably all know, is a monopoly which has virtually every scholarly article printed in the last 70 years. And it's very, very expensive for an individual to have access to that. But institutions do, and JSTOR does have, we have argued with them, does have a special reduced rate or even a free rate for countries where people obviously cannot afford to access JSTOR. And I think we finally persuaded them that people in Batumi were not much richer than people in Nepal and therefore should have cheap access. So that is one great forward step. I can't say that it's being used as much in Georgian universities to judge by the bibliographies of the articles and essays we see, but it's moving in that direction. So our efforts are not wholly in vain, and we do demonstrate, we do award small prizes, the advantage of which is not the money, but it's much easier to get publication not only within Georgia, but outside Georgia, which will be a stepping stone for many young academics who, well, I'm afraid with Georgia it's as true as in many other countries, that your professional career as an academic requires you to spend some time abroad before you can come home covered in glory. I'll just finish by saying that it's a little controversial, but some of you are aware that there have been some sort of ructions in the academic and art world in Georgia, largely to the Minister of Culture last year, Tea Tsulukiani, who dismissed several people from the gallery with accusations which didn't seem to be founded. The result of all this is that it is now getting extremely difficult to have access to the State Museum, to the State Gallery, and other institutions where normally you just went through the door, mentioned your name, and sat down. So there is a problem, and I don't know what it is. I'm not in Georgian politics, but culture has certainly taken a step down the priorities of the government. I noticed it with the book center too, which was very, very vigorous in promoting contemporary Georgian literature and getting translations, and so being invited to book fairs. That has gone. So we persist. We have flyers which go out in all the universities on emails to everyone we can think of. And we do get a flood of, well, not a flood, a trickle, let's say, of propositions, some of which lead to extremely interesting and valuable articles. So our existence, we're very cheap. We don't take any salary or any expenses. So I think something is being achieved. So I expect we'll go on with this. And we now have recruited a new generation of potential trustees. So when people like myself retire entirely from the scene, the work of Farid will certainly go on. We skipped 2 generations. Well, I'll stop there, but if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them or try to.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that what you said about the difficulty of getting into those two places now has been echoed a lot by French scholars who are very unhappy with the situation. And one can just hope that it will become known that you can't get sort of grants for culture if you don't let scholars use the premises.
Yes. I think if Georgia's EU application has some stipulations about access to culture or even good medicine for Saakashvili, that will be very, very helpful.
Indeed, indeed. Well, thank you very much for that. As I said, we've rarely had your report. So I hope if we do continue every year that you'll come back every year.
Yes.
Okay.
And we do have a website.
Oh, yes. Well, everybody has a website, so you must look at it. And if you think of ways of being able to fund their work, that as well is something for us all to think about. We have one more speaker who is going to come and talk about her podcast, Susan Thompson. After that, I'll just read the text.
Okay, so my name is Susan Thompson, and I've been making a podcast called Voices of the Ancestors with my colleague Holly Taylor-Zuntz, who's currently in Tbilisi. And I have many people in this room to thank. Anybody that's anything to do with the British Georgian Society for a start. It's working, yes! That's what we like. Fantastic. Here we go. And is it on the screen as well as? Fantastic. Oh, I'm going to, it's fine. Yeah, so yes, I'd like to thank the British Georgian Society because they very kindly donated to the project. And you can't see it yet, but I can see it here. That's fine. And the other people I'd like to thank is Tamara and Peter and Michael Bloom, who suggested I was here today. So that's very kind. Is there anybody else I'd like to thank? Let's get all the thank yous out the way in one go. Thank you all for listening. We'll go with that one. And listening is the key word. So podcast, does anybody here not listen to podcasts or know what one is?
I think we better skip that.
It's okay, we can do that. It's okay, you all know, but I've talked to people who have no idea what I'm talking about, so it's a good idea to start. So this is a podcast about Georgian polyphonic singing, and specifically the women that sing the folk music of Georgia. And our aim is to bring songs and stories from Georgia to an international audience. So that's my colleague Holly when we launched 2 years ago. And this is our international audience. So as you can see, people listen all over. It's quite extraordinary. I know the theme today is the Silk Route. I'm not quite sure how many listeners we have in China, but I know there are a few. So this is what our website looks like. Everybody has a website, as you say. And if I can play you what the website, what it does on your phone. Here we go. Because if you want to listen, you can go straight to your phone and listen. You just get to the latest podcast episode. This is the homepage. You press this little bit here and you listen to an episode. Now, my technology skills are not enough to actually be able to play it to you today. Let's pause that. But I can play just a little excerpt of our most recent episode, which is with Tamar Boadze.
There is one thing that I noticed, I think is important, is that our ancestors...
This voice is the voice of Zoe Perret, who's a French musician who spent over 10 years living in Georgia. And she very kindly came with us to translate Tamar's words. So I'm not going to play it all because we haven't much time. And there's people wanting to entertain us later with wine, I think. But that's the most recent episode. Now let's see the next page. Here we go. Yeah, so the other thing I wanted to tell you about the website is that there's a resources page. And on that resources page, you can find all, why isn't it playing? Because I haven't hit that arrow. That's why. Let's try again. There you go. Because on the resources page, there's all sorts of things. There's books, there's films, there's other podcasts related to traveling in Georgia. But the bit I want to draw your attention to are the tours that many musicians in Georgia are doing. So this is Nino Nanaishvili, who leads the group Yellow. Shiboni. She's got a couple of tours running this year. There's a tour by the American group Village Harmony. I think their tour is full this year. Then Malkaza Khanidze, who's an absolute amazing scholar, looks at the chanting. He has a couple of tours running. So if musical tours are your thing, this is another tour by an American, Carl Linick, go to the website and have a look and you can find the information. There are also some tours that are not strictly learning songs, but the history of Georgia and the marvelous scenery. So, and then like everyone else, we're looking for angels, we're looking for patrons, we're looking for people to help us. The British Georgian Society will be most generous, but you know, we have patrons, the patrons of the arts who support us. So if you're one of those, thank you. And do you have any questions? I can tell you an awful lot more. I could tell you about the episode we're working on at the moment, which is an interview with Nino Razmadze, and she is an expert in the folk instruments of Georgia. So we saw the instrument with the bear. There's a whole episode coming that we're working on with so many samples of music of Chongori and Pandori and Chiboni and Chiniri and so many words that I trip over. But if that's your bag, look out for the next episode because it will give a really good overview of all the folk instruments of Georgia. So yeah, any questions?
Thank you very much.
That's quite amazing. I think most of us didn't know about it at all. And so that was a lovely way to almost end. Are we going to try once more or shall we give up? Okay. What happened was that Nino had sent me her text because she thought she had written it in bad English, but in fact, it's very good English. And so I have the text here. So I'll read it the way she wrote it. And as I've said, she is the director of Mkonali, which is an organization that provides shelter for young people and also has a legal service, which is its main service, where a lot of young people get arrested for crimes they haven't committed, just to keep up the numbers so the police can report that they've arrested so many people per week or whatever. And so St. Gregory's Foundation mainly funds the legal program. And so what seems to happen nowadays is that when a young person is brought in who is known to the police or to the shelter, to Mkonali, they call the lawyer in and a responsible person who is usually Nino Chubabria herself. And they'll go to the police station and get some kind of bail or try and work on these people's cases. So what she wrote saying, I wanted to start my speech by letting you know that our organization has suffered a great loss. Our great friends and the people who cared for us, George and Shirley Guest, passed away very recently, 3 weeks apart. George Guest used to come to Georgian Studies Day, you might remember, and he used to do this report before we had all this malarkey of Zoom. And unfortunately, he died at the age of 92, and his wife died 3 weeks later. They provided the actual house, the actual shelter, the 3-story house where Mkonali is based, and it did amazing fundraising. 21-22 have been difficult years for Mkonali, not only because of the coronavirus. Inga, our lawyer, and I went through difficult and long-lasting treatments, but despite this, neither legal program nor the rest of the activities were stopped. In the few months when Inga, this is the lawyer, was unable to work, her sister, Lali Bibilesh, really one of the best lawyers in the area, took over Inga's work and successfully completed almost all of the cases. Soon after recovery, Inga returned to her work. As for other activities, and this is important, one of the things that Mkonali insists anybody who comes to the shelter must work. And if they're girls and they don't know how to do anything, they'll be trained as professional cleaners and sent out to work. There's just no excuse. Everybody has to work. But they had a few of their own things, mainly enamel jewelry making and filling ink cartridges in offices. And this we'll talk about now. As Nino broke her arm on September the 1st and had surgery, but she continued to help the families most in need who had moved out of Mkhonali into independent living, which is of course what the main aim is. We provided them with food parcels, clothes and essentials. And we sought money for the roof of our shelter, which was in a bad state, and 2 rooms were very badly damaged. And it was then, says Nino, that I was diagnosed with cancer and I needed an emergency operation and serious treatment, which delayed the roofing process. Winter came, we couldn't start work till summer, and then inflation started in Georgia very seriously, with materials for doing the roof doubling. And if a pound was worth 4 Georgian lares in January, now it is indeed 3 Georgian lares, but the price of any product has almost doubled. And I think this is something that many of you will know already. And the price of wood, for example, for the roof increased from 500 Georgian lares to 900 lares. But they have been able to purchase the materials and they've mended the roof, and now they're trying to add rooms in the attic. Also, some of you might remember from previous years that the daughter of one of the young people who came to the shelter and her boyfriend had a little girl called Christina, who is our pride and hope from Mkhonali House. And she won an international competition in Turkey. She started doing gymnastics at the age of 5 and getting all the prizes there were in Georgia. All her travel expenses were covered by Mkhonali, and because of her success, she has been accepted into the Georgian national team, and this comes with a scholarship of 100 Georgian lares. Also, I was contacted by my friend who owns a law firm specializing on the return of lost land and property, and she has offered to help a few Mkhonali residents to return to their homes where they grew up as children. Their homes and properties were lost due to the irresponsibility of the parents. Very often these people who landed in the street had drug addict parents or alcoholics. And so she is offered to do the work free of charge, and they have already completed 3 cases. We're also very grateful to Katie Melua, who gave a small concert in support of our organization in order to raise funds. And the computer service, which we used to do cartridge refills, has been hindered first by the pandemic, and also because since then, the main contractor organizations who used us have switched to online work and no longer need printers. Even our largest customers cut their orders in half and reduced the number of employees. And so we managed to keep our young people engaged in that business where they have to do, where they can. The car mechanic workshop, things are going better, and Pavle and his brother Kolya managed to keep all their employees and apprentices. Ivane is still running his online store with 1 employee, but he's having some difficulties. And we also bought a scooter to help our resident Jamal Chuloev to find a job as a courier for Volt delivery. So they all get jobs, and so far have done quite well. Due to the Russia-Ukraine war, the economic situation in Georgia has noticeably worsened for many people due to the massive influx of Russian and Ukrainian people into Georgia, especially the Russians who have high purchase power. So prices for rented apartments, as well as food and basic necessities, have risen significantly, so that when they try and find a room or a little flat for one of their graduates, so to speak, to move into, to start independent living, this is becoming more difficult. So people who ought to move out of the shelter are staying on at the moment. And often some of them who are in cheaper housing have been moved out to make way for people who can pay more from abroad. The majority of our beneficiaries who had lived in these cheap apartments remained homeless, and so many of them have returned to us with a plea to give them shelter, and this is why they're trying to build a few extra rooms in the attic. As for our future plans, our dream is to create a farm, which is still a project, and it would take some time to fulfill this dream. However, I'm confident that we will be able to do it, especially since 2 of the embassies, the Netherlands and Switzerland, have pledged to help me as soon as we buy any land. And I hope we will soon be able to do it. And with that optimism and hope, she ended her report for the year. So that's it. Usually I distribute leaflets from Cornally which show where you can send funds, but if you look up St. Gregory's Foundation again on the website, you'll manage very well. Well, we've come to the end, and I want to thank all our speakers and all of you who have attended, but above all, I want to thank Peter Lydiard, Professor Lydiard, because this year he really, really has done nearly everything himself, single-handedly. And I think we're all very, very, very grateful. And we'd also like to thank Dominica for helping out. You only heard about it this morning, so we're really grateful that you
very
gave us your
difficult
time.
conditions, I have to say.
Yes, really, yes. And so this is really what I wanted to say, because we always fix the Georgian Studies Day in advance. So shall we say the first Wednesday or Thursday of November later this year will be our 36th Georgian Studies Day. And then any idea about themes, just write to Peter or me, or because each year we have a theme. And I would very much like to thank everybody again, and the Georgian Embassy for the wine, but also, as you heard this morning, great support from the University of Westminster. But again, I mean, Peter, you've worked so hard this year. I have to thank you. And then we can, that's it.
Well, one thing before we finish, I think I would like to thank, we'd all like to thank Maka Bakradze, who's left for her duty as on the registration
Yes,
desk.
absolutely.
She's always very, very good,
Yes.
and always helps out on that. I'd also like to thank you all for coming as well, but I'd also like to thank those in Georgia who've been online, and we hope that if they can hear us now, that I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope to get some feedback from you as to how that went online. And last but not least, of course, I'd like to thank Tamara, as people have said. She has, without her, I say it every time, without her we wouldn't be here today, because she started the whole thing off, and we've carried on for so many years, and let's hope we can carry on for a few more. So with that, I think we shall start the wine.